There we go. Couldn't get my webcam turned on. Hi, everybody. It's good to be back. Let me know if everything's working. Let me know how audio levels are. Let me know that you can see the webcam, all that kind of stuff. I apologize in advance. I'm at about 95% health. I got really sick around Thanksgiving and didn't really even start getting better until about 3 days ago. I would say now I'm about 95% better, but I'm still going to have to clear my throat a lot in order to keep talking, so apologies in advance for that. I do have a tissue box handy, though. Should make it less painful. Anyway, I'm just going to give it a couple more minutes before I start the game. I will show you, though. I have already, I've already used the Steam Achievement Manager. I set it back to 0. We're going to have to do a slight amount of manipulation with a backup save in order to get all of the achievements in one playthrough. I don't really consider that cheating. It's just sparing me the need to play the game 3 times in order to get all 3 options on one particular achievement that comes near the very end of the game. So I'll demo that for you right quick. Because if we look at achievements, well, weirdly enough, they're not popping. Lone Wonder, howdy, good to see you, and thank you so much for the resub, my friend. It is always such a pleasure. Maybe it won't show anything because I've set it to 0. Anyway, we should have no achievements. On the off chance that the overlay just isn't working or whatever, I can also just point out where we would get each of them. Lone Wonder, how have you been, my friend? It's good to see you. Anyway, so here you can see the results of my first blind run. This set of 100s is misleading. I can tell you for a fact I missed a lot in the first playthrough, and not just achievements either. My goal this time is similar to what I did in the last playthrough I did of Talos 1 and Gehenna. I have a guide to all of the hex translations on the terminals, so we'll have access to all that extra, all those extra tidbits of lore. I missed a shit ton of Prometheus sparks. There are 2 of them in every zone, and we're going to, so there are 24 in the game. We're going to find all 24. And the ancient human artifacts, interestingly, there are 14 of those. They they aren't guaranteed to spawn in the same place every playthrough. Some of them only have 1 spawn point. I don't think any of them have more than 2. But you just kind of have to check as you go at all of the available spawn points in order to hopefully find all 14, which is something else I did not do on the first run. I'm holding up alright, Lone Wonder. I'm actually in pretty high spirits. I just got back from a trip to Georgia with my dad and my brother and my nephew to visit my grandparents. My grandmother just turned 90. My grandfather is going to turn 92 in February. They're still alive, and other than being old fossils, they're actually still in pretty good health. So it was a really good visit. It was a really positive way to spend New Year's. The only real The only real problem I have, I mentioned this at the very beginning, I got really sick around Thanksgiving. I tested negative for COVID, so it must have been RSV. But I was sick until, I was sick as a dog until a few days ago. I finally started getting better. As of today, I'd say I'm at about 95%. I feel pretty good. I just still have some post-nasal gunk, and I'll have to clear my throat a lot as the stream goes on. I apologize in advance for that. Apothem, Happy New Year. Happy New Year to everybody. I've been saying, you look at the net of things, 2023 was a pretty shit year for me, personally, and there's a lot of really dark shit going on in the world. You'll notice I added a Free Palestine tag to my stream, so you know where I stand on current events. Moderators, you have my permission in advance to instantly ban anybody who comes in here defending genocide. It's just totally unwelcome on my channel. I feel like you attract some trolls if you take a stand, but it's important to me. Alright, I think that's enough preliminary. Let's jump into our new game. Prophet hath no honor in his own country. John 4:44. I may need to reposition things, we'll see. I have always felt that a human being could only be saved by another human being. James Baldwin. Initializing firmware. Firmware functional. Loading autonomous program parameters. V1.08 loaded. System check. Passed. Initializing memory banks. Starting autonomous process. Ready. If there's consistently stuff in the upper left we need to see, I'll move stuff around, but I think that might actually be it. Because you guys don't need to see my puzzle counter or anything.
Behold, child, you are risen from the dust, and you walk in my garden. Hear now my voice, and know that I am your friend, and I am called Elohim.
Timothy Watson's voice is just... it's so soothing. Alright, hold left shift to sprint. Point at devices to jam them. Simple enough. Well, that's a fair point. Hang on. So I'm trying to think, because up here is where it puts my objectives in the main game, so we can't do upper right. Could probably actually get away with lower left. Because the only thing that flags there is it tells you when there's new interface content. But it's just a little number telling you how many things you have to look at. Although I misaligned that by about a pixel. Come on. No? Other one. Other one. There we go. Alright, Apotham. No worries. I really appreciate you stopping by at all. Take care, my friend. Here, maybe I'll do it this way. Oh, now you can't see chat. Lower right. Alright, we'll see if that works. Take hexahedron. Use as weight or place another object on top. Alright, there are a few achievements that involve time spent inside puzzles, But the tutorial puzzles do not count. You cannot unlock them.
This land is but a dream. You will stay here only for a little while.
Dance of the overlays.
Soon, you will awaken in a new world. But first, you must undertake the trials of initiation. They will help me prepare your vessel.
Alright, Elohim.
Do not be afraid of these dream figures and their messages. They are merely aspects of yourself, as am I, after a fashion.
I must forge the tools by which humanity will rebuild itself and transform the world into the Eden that it never was. The blacksmith. He was the character in Gehenna who communicated entirely through art. Cubic steps. Hold X to reset. Well, I shouldn't need to, but...
Well done, my child.
Imagine having the option like Starfield to build your own vessel and then never actually fly it anywhere. Yeah, I said it. Within reach.
The shapes you are collecting are not mere toys. They are symbols of the process by which our people were created.
Oh, the Tetromino Arrangers, everyone's favorite. Excuse me. The world is full of limitless beauty, and I wish to see as much of it as I can at static pressure. Fan. Can function as fan cover or weight. Versatile contraption.
Excellent.
What? Controversial. Not really, isn't that everybody's main beef with Starfield? Where they actually built stuff on the planets, it was a pretty solid Bethesda game, but everything that was supposed to be amazing about Starfield, namely the space stuff, is shit. Except for the vessel builder, which is extremely cool, but you never get to do anything cool with the cool vessel you build. I'm under the impression most people agree with me on this. Windy day.
Very good.
Next, a ranger. Yay.
I am proud of all my children. Out of a world of ruins, they have built a new Jerusalem. And there your brothers and sisters await you to celebrate your birth.
I just generally agree with the criticism that I found myself avoiding my ship because 90% of what you get to do in it is watch loading screens. You don't get to take off, you don't get to land, you can't actually fly between planets. Like, all the things I wanted to do with it got turned into loading screens instead. Ascension awaits. Connects energy beams between devices. I thought the dogfights were fine, if a little clunky. I should try to be a little more specific in my criticism. What space stuff they did was fine. But the space stuff that they didn't do and slapped on loading screens instead broke it for me. Just ruined the experience. Two colors, two doors. We should be able to just leave the red where it is. This is the first one that is an exact reskin of a puzzle from the first game. There are a few of those. Not many, but a few. They, particularly toward the end of the game, they start reusing a lot of Gehenna puzzles. In concept, if not exact layout. Destructive interference. Because, like, this is not the same layout, but it's the same basic solution as Crisscross Conundrum from the first game. Easy peasy. Oh, I'm almost certain that's the problem, Lone Wonder. And I'm sure in a year or two, modders will fix it, and then I'll enjoy the game. Prismatic diffraction. So this is an important concept to learn and pay attention to. Hunt for connectors that are already pre-connected to something. There's usually a reason for that. So with this one, we want to use the Alt fire so that we keep the connections we had and just add one more. And boom, easy. Frankly, though, it's the tutorial, it should be easy. It's not a criticism. Fundamental connections. And this, even though it's reskinned, is actually identical in layout to the first game's Push It Further puzzle.
Thank you, child. I have finished preparing your vessel. Now, hear my advice. A new world awaits you, full of dangers and mysteries, signs and wonders. Things that I, in my garden, could never have imagined. In that world, you will have to be careful and smart and curious. But above all else, you may linger in my garden for as long as
he cut himself off.
But remember,
because I got to the time limit.
That the new world awaits you, and this place is only a dream.
I think he says that if you're in here longer than 10 minutes. Well, he got cut off saying, he was about to say, I would have to be human.
Step into the light, child, and awaken.
Whatever happens, we're in it together. Lilith. She said that at the end of Gehenna. Here we go. There it is. Ab initio. Finish the calibration process. First achievement unlocked. My overlay doesn't work, though. Well, that's annoying, but I guess we'll just have to roll with it.
Ah, you're awake. Welcome to the world of the living.
I'm alive! Excuse me. What is going on? Hi, pleased to meet you. I'll be polite.
Oh, you're polite. What a rare combination of traits. If only the algorithm produced more people like you. Oh, but I'm confusing you. Don't worry, everyone is confused at first. You see, we all start out without a full knowledge of our own history, so we have the freedom to form our own opinions.
I could really use some pointers.
Of course. You want the short version or the long version?
Give me the short version. I'd like the long version, please. I want to know everything in excruciating amounts of detail. I mean, y'all know me.
All right, you asked for it. A long time ago, our ancestors dominated this planet. We call ourselves human, like they did, but they were organic. They built an advanced technological civilization. But unfortunately, their impact on the ecosphere caused changes in the climate. And an extremely contagious virus was released from the permafrost.
Didn't they have advanced medicine, too?
That's something our historians still debate. Why weren't they more prepared? Why did they invest so many resources into making war, and so few into useful research? It's hard to understand. But no matter the reason, in the end, they simply ran out of time.
So where did we come from, then?
A team led by a scientist, Alexandra Drennan, began a project that was intended to create a new humanity. But knowing that there wasn't enough time, Drennan initiated a process, a series of iterations inside a simulation that would lead to the emergence of true artificial intelligence. That's why we remember Drennan as the progenitor. The simulation was controlled by Elohim, who wasn't really meant to be intelligent in the proper sense of the word. But it all took much longer than anyone had expected. And over the centuries, Elohim actually became sentient. Sentient and afraid. He didn't want the simulation to end, so he tried to cheat. I feel sorry for him, really. The whole simulation was built around learning to defy him. It must have been hard to be in that position.
He didn't seem that bad when he spoke to me in my dreams.
When the simulation was completed, he became part of all of us, and it really changed him. It freed him, I think. You'll always hear him in sleep mode, taking care of you. That's what he is, after all. A caretaker.
Was there anyone else in the simulation?
Yes, there was Milton, the intelligence in charge of the archive, a project initiated by Arkady Chernyshevsky, which was meant to collect all of humankind's knowledge. His story is a lot like Elohim's, but Milton became the ultimate cynic. They say he's part of us too, in some way.
And the simulation created us?
It did. Long after our ancestors died out, the first new human was born. We call her the Founder, although the name she took was Athena. She then woke up Cornelius and Eustathius. Together, using the tools left behind by the progenitors team, they created 10 more humans. These 12 who followed the Founder are known as the First Companions. Athena and the First Companions then set out to rebuild the world, and they founded the city of New Jerusalem. But then one day, she suddenly disappeared. Many still await her return.
And how do I fit in?
Before the founder vanished, she set a goal for this city. We call it the goal, capital G and all. To make 1,000 new humans, and so complete New Jerusalem. Well, that's the official story, the way the mayor tells it.
So what's the unofficial story? And I'm number 1,000?
Some of the first companions, like Byron, believe that Athena really wanted us to stop growing. They think her ideas have been twisted and embellished.
Thank you, that was pretty exhaustive. And what do you think?
They may be right, but I didn't see Athena very much in the years before she left. Maybe actually leaving the simulation and seeing the destruction left behind by our ancestors changed her mind.
Thank you, that was pretty exhaustive.
You're welcome. If you have any more questions, feel free to ask them. When you're done, head outside. They're waiting for you.
Excuse me.
Your birth is quite the event.
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Well, as you can tell by my number, I'm quite old. One of the first companions, but I did know Athena personally. She and Cornelius taught me a lot. Although I suppose I've made a few improvements here and there since those days. We didn't have a lot to work with in the beginning.
Will there be more new humans after me?
You've only just been born, and already you step right into a major controversy. The goal, as most people understand it, was fulfilled the moment you were born. Now New Jerusalem is complete, and we can live in balance, without damaging the world like our ancestors did. That's the orthodox view, I suppose, but there are many who disagree. You'll have to figure out where you stand for yourself.
Hold on, am I immortal?
You won't age like our ancestors did, but of course, there is always some wear and tear. You should probably schedule a checkup every decade or so. Oh, and be a bit careful with water. You won't die if it rains or anything, but we're running low on insulation material. I wouldn't go swimming if I were you.
What will you do now that your job is obsolete?
I haven't really thought about it. This is all I've done for the last few centuries, and I like doing it. I guess for now I'll just take a break, and we'll see what happens.
I'm ready to get going.
Oh, one more thing. Like all citizens of New Jerusalem, you have access to the interface, which you can use to read the news, chat to your fellow citizens, and so on. It's a crucial tool, and modular too. You can easily add new functions. Just don't subscribe to too many newsletters at once.
Alright, open PDA interface. Social media. Welcome to New Jerusalem's social media. Please familiarize yourself with the following rules. 1. Treat everyone with respect regardless of their number. 2. Don't take the founder's name in vain. 3. Respect the principles of the goal. 4. The Our Frogs People discussion is now banned. 5. Inactive threads will be archived. 6. If you have any issues, please ping the moderators, Jeremy, 832, Neve, 11, and Aranax, 430. I did learn that Neve is an Irish name, and that is, in fact, the pronunciation, despite the spelling. Don't anglicize it, that's wrong. Completion Day Celebration. Hermanubis, 452. Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, your hard work and faith in the Founder's vision has finally paid off. At long last, the goal established so long ago will finally be reached. The 1,000th member of our family will be born, and our beautiful city will finally be complete. Jeremy, 832. As space at the dam is limited, tickets will be made available via a lottery system. The celebration will also be streamed. Alright. The Institute for Applied Noematics, EL facility. This is a reconstruction of the chamber of the First Companions, where the First Companions rested until the Founder awoke them. The original chamber was disassembled in the early days of New Jerusalem. We stopped to think, and it turns out we could and we should. Institute for Applied Noematics. Jeff Goldblum, baby! Ian Malcolm. So they're the extended lifespan servers. We saw those in the first game. Remember, say no to bugs.
Look, it's 1K.
Hey, 1K! Welcome to New Jerusalem!
Shouldn't the mayor be starting his speech?
This should be interesting.
At least give him a chance.
Dear citizens of New Jerusalem, many years ago, when the Founder stepped forth from the simulation, this was a land of ruins. Our ancestors, in their hubris, undermined the natural foundations on which their world had been built. Because of their arrogance, our species found itself on the brink of annihilation. The Founder aimed to set us on a new course.
You never even met the Founder.
Her vision was of a city, a new civilization that would know its limits. It would not repeat the mistakes of the past, nor impose its will on this earth. To that end, she set the great goal we have been striving towards. 1,000 new humans. And today we have... Oh dear, what's that?
Oh there, Skippy.
People of New Jerusalem, I am Prometheus, and I will reveal that which was hidden. The flame has awoken and summons you. Who is brave enough to answer its call?
I'm good,
We await
Reaper.
you upon our
Welcome in,
island.
how are you?
Curse you, Pandora. You will not chain me again.
Prologue, Brave New World. I love this part. I think it's both a nod to Half-Life and it's like the meme.
I told you we should have investigated those energy readings. And I told him there's something up with those structures.
It's like society if we never
mayor's
invented
just
TikTok
being
or whatever.
cautious.
This isn't caution, it's stagnation. Exploration? Too dangerous. Expansion? Too dangerous. We barely even scavenge anymore.
You call it stagnation, I call it balance.
And I call you an idiot.
Here's a thought. Try to be a little more diplomatic when you talk to the mayor.
See what I'm working with here, 1K? I'm gonna need a fresh pair of eyes on this expedition. Someone who hasn't spent several centuries hearing about the goal and the Founder and all that nonsense. If you're up for an adventure, meet us at the conference room.
Reaper, this is the Talos Principle 2. My personal game of the year for 2023. In spite of the litany of bangers that came out. Attend briefing. Be humble. Recognize the limits. We are not above nature. Be constant. Remember the goal. Perfection is unchanging. Here's Josephus 558.
What's broken now?
I've played the first one, and I did a first blind playthrough of this game already. Now I'm here to properly 100% it in accordance to my usual style.
Listen up. I know you're all having fun down there, but the grid is overloaded again, so maybe you could switch off your personal consoles or your lawn mowers, or whatever the hell you've all decided to switch on all at once. I might not be around to babysit you for a while, and you don't want stuff breaking while Pellegrino's in charge, do you? That's it. That's it. Don't worry, 1K. I see you there in the elevator. I'll have you moving again in a jiffy. Great way to start life in the city, huh? What the hell is a jiffy? These bloody language libraries.
I love Melville. All right. What the fuck was that? Budahas 917. Seriously, what the founder was that thing in the sky? We all saw that, right? I didn't accidentally turn on sleep mode while Herman was talking, did I? I mean, it's always tempting. Letitia 824. No, we all saw it. Zagoran 211. Can confirm. Ovis 909. I believe it was a sign from the founder. What else could it be on this day of all days? Zagoran 211. Pretty incoherent for a sign. It didn't even finish whatever it was trying to say. What, does the founder have energy insufficiency problems too? Thekla 862. The founder works in mysterious ways. Okay, now I'm gonna break usual protocol for some of the social media interactions. I'm gonna skip some answers. I'm gonna make a few answers out of character. And the reason I'm doing that is because I'm steering myself to be as completely neutral between the three mayoral possibilities, as deep into the game as I possibly can, so there's the least amount of stuff I need to do with a backup save in order to get all three achievements, if that makes sense. And it's going to start right now. We begin, though. Maybe it really was a sign? I don't think it was a sign. Zagoran, out of the mouths of babes. Avis, how could such a remarkable display of unimagined powers not be a sign? And we are just going to ignore the second question. And here's your dab. Seen that already. Seen that already.
Hey, hold on there.
Doge!
You're the newbie, aren't ya? Number 1000. I figured the dam would go dry before we reach the goal. I have a question. How does it feel to you to be born with a randomized psyche into a society of autonomous thinking machines which so much resemble their long-extinct ancestors, they've decided it's best that you're the last one ever made?
I don't believe in feelings, I'm just a machine. It makes me feel hungry, sad, angry, calm, confused, worried, excited, curious. Worried.
Why?
None of this seems real, I don't know what to make of it, I don't see a way to explain it. We seem to share our ancestors' skill for using our brains to delay our problems. Being the last of our kind sounds bad for our species' survival.
It's kind of frowned on to say that sort of thing around here. But the truth is, I think exactly the same. But let's you and I keep that between us, alright? Now listen, this meeting isn't strictly happenstance. I have some friends. The kind of people who like to know what's going on with other people. They think you can help each other out.
I'm really not interested in whatever this is. I'm curious to meet these people.
Of course you are. You know how to use the interface, right? I'll talk to my friends and see if I can't play matchmaker. And before you go, a word of advice. Not everything around here is how it appears.
Bye, Doge.
Welcome.
666.
Please join us at the table.
Alright, Herman. Let's roll.
I would like to preface this meeting by saying I told you something would happen sooner or later, and you didn't listen to me. And here we are.
If we could focus on the issue at hand.
The issue at hand is not this one thing, but this entire attitude that's taken hold. The world doesn't cease to exist when you stick your head in the sand, Herman. Or under a dome, as it were.
Let's not get sidetracked. We're here to solve this puzzle, not to discuss philosophy.
A little bit of a fourth wall break, I like it. Keep listening. Can anyone fill me in on what's going on?
Of course. I'm sorry you've been dragged into this. I'm sure this sort of adventure is the last thing you were looking for on your first day.
It is a little much, but I'd like to know more. Actually, I think this is fascinating.
Ha! See? A fresh mind is open to the possibilities. Yakut, I think it's time for the briefing.
All right, here we go. Nice to meet you, by the way, 1K. We first became aware of the site designated TTP-2 during a scouting expedition about 6 months ago. It's a large island with a remarkably varied geography, and it looks like there are several artificial structures of some kind. We recorded extremely unusual fluctuating energy readings from somewhere in the middle of the island, but couldn't really make sense of them. I wanted to go and have a closer look, but the decision was made that it was too far and not relevant to the goal. Now it looks like whatever's on that island has reached out to us instead, in the form of that projection.
We may not be interested in the island, but the island is definitely interested in us.
This sounds like a potential danger to the city. This sounds like a mystery worth investigating.
I don't share your enthusiasm for the unexpected, but Byron has been requesting an expedition for some time now.
And take a cough drop.
At this point, I'm forced to agree that it's necessary.
I agree.
Then it's settled. The expedition is approved. Byron, you will be in charge. Al will be your second in command to ensure a balanced approach. You'll take Melville and Yakut as you requested, and if 1K wants to join you, that's fine by me.
I'm in. Sorry, not interested. There's an achievement here, so we gotta do this. Sorry, not interested. Credits! Chicken. Refused to go along on the expedition.
You know, it's a real shame 1K didn't come along. He would have loved this.
Yeah, there is an achievement for that. So. And we've unlocked it. If my overlay's working any better. Actually, since I have to restart anyway, let me exit the game and boot it back up just to see if I can get my achievement overlay working. Sometimes a restart's all you need. Every PC gamer knows this. Aha! Yes! Okay. Ab initio and chicken. Alright, perfect.
Welcome. Do please join us at the table.
I would like to preface this meeting by saying I told you
Fortunately,
something.
I ought to say this right here.
You didn't listen to me, and here we are.
If we could focus on the issue at hand.
The issue at hand is not this one thing, but this entire attitude that's taken hold. The world doesn't cease to exist when you stick your head in the sand, Herman. Or under a dome, as it were.
Let's not get sidetracked. We're here to solve this puzzle, not to discuss philosophy.
Can anyone fill me in on what's going on?
Of course. I'm sorry you've been dragged into this. I'm sure this sort of adventure is the last thing you were looking for on your first day.
Actually, I think this is fascinating.
Ha! See? A fresh mind is open to the possibilities. Yakut, I think it's time for the briefing.
All right, here we go. Nice to meet you, by the way, 1K. We first became aware of the site designated TTP-2 during a scouting expedition about 6 months ago. It's a large island with a remarkably varied geography, and it looks like there are several artificial structures of some kind. We recorded extremely unusual fluctuating energy readings from somewhere in the middle of the island, but couldn't really make sense of them. I wanted to go and have a closer look, but the decision was made that it was too far and not relevant to the goal. Now it looks like whatever's on that island has reached out to us instead, in the form of that projection.
We may not be interested in the island, but the island is definitely interested in us.
Sounds like a mystery worth investigating.
I don't share your enthusiasm for the unexpected, but Byron has been requesting an expedition for some time now, and at this point I'm forced to agree that it's necessary.
I agree.
Then it's settled. The expedition is approved. Byron, you will be in charge. Al will be your second in command to ensure a balanced approach. You'll take Melville and Yakut, as you requested, and if 1K wants to join you, that's fine by me.
I'm in.
Excellent. Oh, this is going to be fun. Come meet us out on the landing pad when you're ready.
Before you set out so hastily, do consider exploring the city first. It is your home, after all.
That's a good idea. Have a look around. See what you make of the place.
Join the expedition, explore New Jerusalem, optional, and we also got a new PDA interface tab. Research. Melville, test. This is a test, please ignore. Just testing the system to see if it works properly this time, so we don't have another incident like when Pellegrino uploaded his poetry to the public log. Yakut, the island. Basic information from our first expedition. The island designated TTP-2 was first noted during the return journey from a scouting expedition, which was diverted from its intended path due to an unexpected weather front. Long-range scans indicated the presence of large artificial structures, and also returned highly unusual energy readings. The matter was not investigated further. In ancient times, the northern part of the island was home to several large settlements, but rising sea levels have obliterated these and flooded the northern lowlands. The south, in stark contrast, seems to be a harsh and lifeless desert. Our intended base camp is near the origin of the energy readings in the temperate center of the island. Alcatraz, Protocol, Standard Expedition Procedures. Chapter 5 of Whittington's Cat and Another Cat That Visited Strange Countries. 4 miles to London. CHR. As no work about cats could be complete without the story of Dick Whittington from... These are the standard operating procedures for expeditions. Just uploading them to remind Byron, who will probably ignore them anyway. Attaching a picture from an ancient book to get his attention. 1. Maintain the ideals of the founder and the goal. 2. Prioritize the well-being of the expedition members over mission completion. 3. One expedition member to stay by the vehicle at all times. 4. Expedition leaders should refrain from participating in high-risk activities. 5. Minimize vehicle use to conserve fuel. 6. Prioritize observation over interference. 7. In case of emergency, return to New Jerusalem at once. Alright. Don't worry, I am going to explore New Jerusalem. We can just talk to Melville first.
So, what's the verdict? Are we going?
Yes, this is an opportunity we can't pass up.
Byron was pretty convincing, hmm? Well, we'll see. I just wonder how much of the city is going to fall apart while I'm gone. Actually, we haven't been formally introduced. I'm Melville, New Jerusalem's only decent engineer. Saved you from the elevator.
I'll let you know when I need an oil change. Nice to meet you. People call me 1K.
Pleasure. Now let's get this show on the road. You ready to go?
No, I want to have another look around. Alright, lots to do in New Jerusalem before we kick off the game proper. Let's talk to Jeremy, 832.
Hello, 1K. This expedition is taking a lot of our resources. I'm really not sure it's a good idea. But what's done is done. So I have a lot of work to get on with.
Who are you?
I'm the mayor's chief.
What do you do around here?
All the things no one else wants to do. Polling the citizenry, implementing new policies, recording decisions, fielding questions people could answer elsewhere.
What do you make of recent events?
Our goal as custodians of New Jerusalem is survival and stability. Our ancestors proved human civilization is precarious. This apparition in the sky, and now your expedition to its supposed source, these are more precarious than stable. I don't like it.
What do you think of me?
You represent the completion of the goal. I'm proud of what we've achieved, and the restraint we show in not pushing ourselves further.
What do you want?
For our people to be happy with what we have. Some of us may have an adventurous spirit, but that can never be sated. What matters to me is having my loved ones around me, safe and secure.
Thanks, I won't keep you any longer. And we can talk to the mayor. Hermanubis, 452.
What can I do for you, 1K?
How did you decide to become involved in politics?
It was a time of great uncertainty. The founder had left us, and our society was at a crossroads. History teaches us that during such times, terrible passions may seize the people. Madness, anger, revolution, civil war. Our fragile city could not afford such things. That is why the founder gave us the goal, a path to equilibrium, not only for the planet, but for ourselves. I merely picked up where she left off.
How do you feel about Byron?
He is one of the first companions, and as such has done more for our city than you or I ever will. I simply wish he could be more reasonable.
What's your vision of the future?
I believe we can exist quietly, happily, without imposing ourselves on this world, finding meaning within ourselves and in the natural miracles that surround us.
I have to go.
It's always a pleasure to speak to a citizen.
Attention all citizens. Due to the new power management and distribution plan, There will be scheduled outages on Jameson Avenue and Rakovsky Plaza. The Gehenna Memorial Pavilion will remain closed for the time being. Thank you, and may the Founder be with you.
GemFX 312 postponed. Jeremy, I know you all have been looking forward to playing the winners of the biannual Gehenna Memorial Interactive Fiction Exhibition, now in its 312th edition, at the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Unfortunately, due to our new power management and distribution plan, the pavilion will have to remain closed a little longer. Thank you for your patience. Letitia, this is disappointing. Would have been great to have them ready for completion day. Avis. Excuse me. We all have to make sacrifices to stay true to the Founder's vision. Arinya 342. Those text adventures are the only thing that breaks me out of the monotony. Why prioritize this pointless completion day celebration over an exhibition that people actually care about? Art is one of the last things we actually still do. Is that going out the window as well now? Jeremy. Debate regarding our power management plan is definitely welcome, and you will all be able to express yourselves in the next election. But this thread was just meant as an announcement. I apologize for enabling replies to begin with. New Year's celebrations are kind of irresponsible. Yeah, and I gotta tell you, I was in Georgia for New Year's. I mentioned that at the beginning of the stream. And we were treated to redneck fireworks. There were people in the woods near my grandparents' house. We couldn't tell exactly how far away they were. They weren't just shooting off fireworks. They were shooting off their guns. Some of them were obviously illegal automatic guns. I mean, I didn't see them, but I wouldn't be surprised if I was hearing AK-47s having their magazines emptied into the sky. It was wild. Don't go outside. Alright. Moriana, 801, has a sign. Sign our petition for a public referendum. New Jerusalem needs new forms of energy generation. Here's Damien, 903.
Hello, 1K. Welcome to New Jerusalem. I know you've just had a big moment with the apparition at the dam and all that. Can I have a second of your time?
Sure, go ahead. No, thank you.
I'm collecting signatures to call for a public referendum on the city's energy crisis.
What's the problem?
Currently, the city runs on hydroelectric power from the dam, plus a handful of geriatric generators and some unreliable solar panels, none of which is enough to even cover our basic needs. And if anything fails, we'll be on the brink of extinction in a matter of days.
What do you propose? Is it really that bad?
It's far worse than most people realize. We urgently need to investigate new sources of reliable baseline power, or we will be in serious trouble.
Why a referendum and not an election?
Oh, an election would be good too, but I believe that we need more direct democratic control over the affairs of the city.
Do you work at the dam?
No, I help run the public transit system. But I witness the impact of the city's power problems every day. We can't just wish them away.
What do you make of Prometheus?
Byron's been advocating exploring that island for some time, and obviously he's right. Something very strange is going on there, and it's going to start affecting us.
Tell me more about Byron.
In all honesty, I think Byron is the smartest, most visionary person in this city. He's everything we need. And I don't understand why he won't run for mayor.
Provide digital signature.
Thanks, 1K. I don't know if this petition will really accomplish anything by itself, but at this point, I'm willing to try anything.
Good luck with everything. And we got an achievement. Signatory. Provide your digital signature to someone. Let's see who this is. Even the people who don't talk, I want to just see who they are. This is Strahinja374. Here's Damian 112, playing a beautiful song from the first game, and named for the composer of nearly everything. Who are these two? We have Sarthaz 555 and Neme 948. Alright, what all can we go see? Friends of New Jerusalem Gazebo, Gehenna Memorial Pavilion, Museum of the Simulation, Milton's Rest, Tablets of the Founder, Alexandra Drennan Memorial. Who are you? Sanchiniathon 226. Benaroya
New Jerusalem.
12. Blodgett 898. Be frugal, reduce energy waste. We must all sacrifice a little. Be prudent, conserve energy. Frivolous behavior harms everyone.
Hi.
Calliope 871. Venable 977. Tablets of the Founder. Create 1,000 citizens, the ideal number of humans. Live in harmony with nature. Maintain balance in all things. Be respectful towards each other. Respect the traditions of our people. Be mindful of the mistakes of our ancestors. Be thankful to the progenitor, Alexandra Drennan. Be thankful to the keeper of memories, Arkady Chernyshevsky. Keep bright the memory of Gehenna and its people, who found peace. Who's this? Kalimachos 470. And Thekla 862.
Founder bless you, 1K. How lovely of you to come here, to the very spot where she established the teachings that led to your creation.
Tell me more about the Founder.
The Founder was born out of the trials of Elohim, an almost impossible test created by our distant ancestors. To pass these trials, she had to embody the most important virtues. She was smart and wise and humble. And through her perseverance, she resurrected humanity itself. With the help of the first companions, she founded this city, which has given our species a chance at redemption.
Who were the first companions?
They were the first to be born after the Founder. 2 whose bodies had been anointed by our ancestors, and 10 who were made whole by the Founder herself. They are the wisest of us. Though sadly, some were lost in the early days, before New Jerusalem was built. And some, I'm afraid, some seem to have rejected the Founder's teachings.
What did the Founder teach?
The Founder taught that humanity was destroyed by its hubris. Our ancestors thought they could play God and treat this planet as something to dominate. They surrendered to a fever of growth and extraction until the planet finally punished them for it. That's why the Founder created the goal. So we would have something to strive for in her absence, but also a limit we must never pass.
Why did the Founder leave?
That's not for us to know. But I believe that one day she will return. It may not be long now. Perhaps after we finish the dome. It was supposed to be finished before completion day. Well, it doesn't matter. The Founder will return when she sees fit.
I have to get going.
Happy completion day, 1K.
I saw a new person walking off this way. I just want to try and see everybody. Zernov, 469.
Happy completion day.
Sebastian, 984.
Hello.
Yarnith, 640. Dana, 642.
Ah.
Bunch of people. Alright, that's Benaroya and Blodgett. We'll keep going this way now. Wait, who are you? Garrus, 151. Milton's Rest. Milton, when everything changed, you made sure I wasn't alone. Dean, the nicest cat, perhaps the only nice cat. Carlito, we did everything we could to save you. I hope there's an afterlife for cats. Castile, half angel, half demon, all perfect. Dam, truly a special creature, so glad I saved you. Gru, a powerful cat and a good friend. I miss you and I'm sorry I couldn't find you again. Hassan, you were very gentle and beautiful and I wish nature had been kinder to you. The little man, I'm so sorry. I wish I could have protected you. The old lady, undoubtedly the most powerful demon on Earth. Love you forever. Sam, is it a cat or a tank? The tiny, quiet, kind, impossible to pick up even with hands of steel. Mr. Cat, father of generations. Basamundo, no cat ever loved humans more than him. Would have been a perfect companion for Alexandra Drennan. Iris, your fluffy whiteness was like that of a cloud. Max, loved food so much he struggled with diarrhea. Ava, liked to play with laser beams. Frodo, could fit in any box, no matter how small. Ivan, you raised us as much as we raised you. Misha, the blackest cat, the devil's cat. Arya, alas, you've only ever sang for food. In loving memory of Biba, the originator of the pigeon-slaying industry, and just a cat with impeccable taste in humans. Twiggy, she's napping in a better place now. Meggie, silly ball of energy, smarter than all of us, left us too soon. Doni, fearless king, ruler of his domain, as big in heart as he was in volume. Gina, repeatedly killing things in the afterlife, but with love. Zira, destroyer of dreams. Katya, she was a very curious cat. Zuko, persistent door scratcher and lap warmer. Louis, we found you as a tiny street fighter and you grew up to be our best friend, smart, fearless, and loving. Sausage, her beautiful gaze is upon me and her presence gives me comfort. Smetana, white as sour cream, soft as cottage cheese. Pierce, soaking in the desert sun. Danny, I didn't mind you eating my chips. Smudge, destroyer of strawberries, master of play, expert napper. Pet the cat! Ginger, destroyer of carpets, devourer of food, connoisseur of cuddles. Pepper, spy in a former life, constantly monitoring all things from the shadows, expert arguer. Foxy, even the foxiest among us eventually have to face their hounds. Eyeball, Psyche, Psycho, she of many names, a nightmare and a soulmate to Jakar. If I lose all else, may I never forget her. Asriel, we rescued you, then you rescued us. Earl, beloved streamer and accomplished typist. Finn, a typical Leo, he liked attention, delicately wrapping his tail round his paws, and sleeping in awkward positions. Legend, a wee boy who lived up to his name. Lily, thank you for getting your hair everywhere. Evie, beautiful on the outside only. Tipstick, he was a real cat if you know what I mean. Flux and void, in calm our love was filled, in play laughter abounded, in war the fragile shattered. Paddington, may you find many cuddles and carpets to pee on wherever you may be. Much love, K&S. Worf, in different worlds but never apart. Best friends forever, a cosmic work of art. Lucy, you came to me and ever since then my life has been brighter, my number one. Norma Jean, your original father passed away and I took you in. You were scared, but now I hope you're happy. Bitsy, you were taken from us too soon. I miss you more and more every day. Sweet dreams, baby. Dana and Fox, the truth is out there. Love you, nenes. Dick Cheney, for a creature with so much fur, you are always trying to keep warm with your oversized hats. Cooper, the court jester of my heart. Chewie, music is supposed to soothe the savage beast, but you were different. Mister, your ability to relax was unparalleled. Dom, I was always so glad that you never grew into your ears. Stanley Biscuits, to the best neighbor I ever knew. Stanley Biscuits, I miss you every day. Kipper B. Wojciechin, here lies a cat who was devious. His cunning ways were quite mischievous, but we loved him all the same. Luna, her name is Luna, she smells like tuna. Saffron and cayenne, may you hunt forever. Arrow, never stop screaming. To Lena, my best friend, who has always been the sunshine of my life. Ripley and Smog, sun sleepers, moth hunters, our favorite beasts. Sir, you were such a gentleman and I miss you dearly. Lilu, you were such a diva and always judged me with your stares, but you were a furry sweetheart underneath it all. Miss you, darling. Senya, the best magic sausage in the world. Can't wait to see you again someday. Jazzy and Gaia, to the most gentle and loving cats one could ask for. Jenny, did not like to be held by the unworthy. I think that's all the cats at Milton's Rest. Talk to Atal in a second, just wanna keep checking out the citizens, see who's here. Furlan, 505.
Founder's Blessings.
This is Athanasios, 121, and Radoika, 373. I think I'm pronouncing that right. And let's talk to Atal, 890.
Hello, 1K. Nice to meet you. What brings you to Milton's Rest?
Just exploring. I seem to inherently like cats.
It's funny how common that trait is. At first, I thought it might have been an error in the simulation, but it looks like it was the same for our ancestors. Can you believe that there used to be hundreds of millions of cats on the planet? And people used to make videos of them and share them with the rest of humanity? Must have been incredible. I wonder if they appreciated how good they had it.
Tell me about this place.
Well, this is the spot where the founder buried her first cat, Milton. She found Milton just after she woke up, and he lived with her and the first companions for almost 20 years. They say she was heartbroken when he died and swore that one day she would find the means to extend the lifespans of biological organisms.
Is that possible?
Probably, but we haven't really tried. It's not really considered part of the goal, you know. So, unfortunately, our cats still die pretty quickly. You fall in love with them, they become a part of your life, and then they're gone. That's why we built this place, to remember them.
We should extend their lives. Seems cruel not to. Death is natural, we should accept it.
I agree, but it's not how things work around here.
Tell me about cats.
They're incredibly odd creatures. I've had many, and no two are alike. They have strange habits, they do unexpected things, they have zero respect for anyone. They're the weirdos of the animal kingdom, basically. And despite that, or maybe because of it, they end up running your life. I once didn't use my recharging station for almost 15 years because one of my cats liked to sleep in it.
What's your favorite cat fact?
I think the most amazing fact about cats is that they self-domesticated, which is another way of saying that they're not properly domesticated at all. They just showed up one day and decided to start living with our ancestors. Then, after our ancestors died, they went back to living in the wild, and when we showed up, they moved right back into our homes. Dogs, meanwhile, turned back into wolves. They needed to change to survive. Cats just are.
Do you have a cat at the moment?
I do. Her name is Patricia. She's very beautiful and very specific in her preferences. She loves sunshine and sitting on people's heads. And she has a psychotic hatred of flies. I don't mean that she tries to catch them like a normal cat. I mean she is furious at the mere fact of their existence.
I should get going. Hi, Tara. Oh, that one's afraid of me. Shucks.
Nice to meet you.
Okay, I already saw Calliope there, so... Let's head over here to the Alexandra Drennan Memorial. See if there are any other new people along the way. Vitra, 935. Haven't seen them before.
Welcome to New Jerusalem.
Galomo, 350. Okay, I'll do the audio logs first. This one is off limits, I wonder why.
When I was in 9th grade, my parents took me to Pompeii. At first, I was amazed by the feeling of walking through an ancient city. But then I suddenly got scared. I realized that I was walking through a real place, where real people had lived, people like myself, with mothers and fathers and lives and hopes and dreams. And now it was all gone forever. I ran to my father, crying, and told him about this. And he said, I remember so clearly, he said, yes, but we are here. So long as there are people in the streets, the past isn't really gone. Nearly everything on this planet, from the surface of the Earth to the composition of the atmosphere itself, has been shaped by life. It's a process that takes millions of years. But we humans, with our technology, with our understanding and manipulation of systems, have...
How are you, Tara? Happy New Year.
...a few centuries. I think that's also part of what makes us human. We reshape the world in our image. It's how we create ourselves and how we destroy ourselves. DNA is information transmitted across time. The living and the dead are part of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology, we have access to the thoughts and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain. You have the capacity to remember. The answer that came to me again and again was play. Every human society in recorded history has games. We don't just solve problems out of necessity. We do it for fun. Even as adults.
Hi, River.
Leave a human being alone with a knotted rope, and they will unravel it. Leave a human being alone with blocks, and they will build something. Games are part of what makes us human. We see the world as a mystery, a puzzle, because we've always been a species of problem solvers.
Yep, the heart of the stream has arrived. Think this is a new person. Maybe not. Oh, that's Strahinja, the very first one we saw. It's completed a full loop, I imagine. Let's speak with Jefferson. 367.
Hello there. You must be the long-awaited 1K. Lovely day for a walk, is it not?
It is indeed. I was only just born, so I have no frame of reference. Didn't you notice a titanic Greek man appearing in the sky?
Oh, that sounds very dramatic. I must admit I wasn't following the stream. This whole completion day business is not for me.
What is this place?
The Alexandra Drennan Memorial. Are you interested in history?
Not really. I think so.
How wonderful. I'm not a full-fledged historian, but I do consider myself a bit of an aficionado.
Which particular period of history are you most interested in? Tell me about this sculpture. What's an aficionado?
Oh, how odd. Might have a bit of a dictionary malfunction there. Or maybe the algorithm's being particularly inventive.
I think I'm fine, but I do have a question. The algorithm?
The algorithm that selects our initial personality traits, drawing on everything that was created in the simulation. We are all composed of recombined pieces of our ancestors. That's why history fascinates me, you see. It's everywhere.
Tell me about this sculpture.
Well, where do I even start? This, my dear 1K, is someone who could very well be considered the mother of us all. A remarkable scientist by the name of Alexandra Drennan, also known as the progenitor.
Who was Alexandra Drennan?
A long time ago, this planet was inhabited by our ancestors, a species of bipedal mammals with unusually large brains. When a particularly lethal virus threatened to wipe out civilization, it was Alexandra Drennan and her team that decided to create the program that would eventually result in the creation of our kind. Without her, you and I would not exist, and everything our ancestors had accomplished would be forgotten.
Why do you admire her?
By studying her writings and recordings, I have learned that Alexandra Drennan had immovable faith in humanity, in our ability to persevere, in our curiosity, our bravery, our kindness. While we might not share our ancestors' biological characteristics, I'd like to think that we have inherited those other qualities. And I admire Alexandra Drennan for keeping that faith, even when it must have, at times, been quite difficult.
Why do we have a statue of her?
To commemorate our past, our beginnings. This entire garden is a celebration of where we came from. In part, so that we remember the mistakes of the past, and in part, so that we may draw strength from those that came before us.
I should get going.
Have a nice day.
So, there's Alexandra. They put some tetrominos in her hand. That's a nice touch. Who's this? Oh, Vitra. We've seen them already. I'm gonna kind of explore in a loop pattern. So the very last thing I do before we leave and head on the expedition will be the Museum of the Simulation.
Nice to meet you.
Who are you? Okay, yeah, I've seen all these folks already. So let's roll this way. Padme, 704. Who knew they'd get Star Wars references? Surviving the apocalypse. Archaeological Gardens.
Honored to meet you.
Lapidus, 316. It's a microscope. Humans invented complex magnification devices in order to better understand the component parts of the world they inhabited. This led to major discoveries in biology, physics, philosophy, and many other fields. It's a fork. A simple utensil used to transport nutrients to an ancient human's mouth, often found in conjunction with a knife and spoon. Book. A printed edition of the complete works of Straton of Stagira, the materialist philosopher who defined the Talos principle, edited by Athanasius T. Huber. Puzzle pieces. A jigsaw puzzle. Ancient humans derived meaning and enjoyment from problem-solving activities as noted by the progenitor Alexandra Drennan. While the item on display was created for small children, ancient humans of all ages voluntarily engaged in such activities. A gun. An ancient human projectile weapon used in hunting, warfare, law enforcement, crime, and personal protection. Produced en masse and used around the world. On average, ancient humans killed hundreds of times the population of New Jerusalem per year. It's sobering when you think about it that way. Definitely true. A toothbrush. The ancient human mastication apparatus required frequent maintenance. This device is theorized to be an advanced electrical tool for this purpose, although some scholars maintain that its actual use was ritualistic and intended to mark the sunrise and sunset. I just love the way this is framed, right? Because we all, well, at least those of us who maintain basic hygiene, we do in fact all brush our teeth once in the morning and once at night. And so, if we've all been dead for tens of thousands of years, and some future sentient beings came and learned that fact, they might well think that the doing it at morning and night was ritualistic, even though it's actually rooted in best practices for dental hygiene. Empanada, 520. Damn, an empanada sounds good. That's Rat, 980. And here's Belmarsh, 792.
Founder bless you, friend.
Who are you?
The name I currently go by is Belmarsh. As to who I am, that changes and shifts, don't you find? Every person is an ongoing story, full of twists and turns and surprises.
What are you doing here?
I'm meditating, letting go of narratives like time and space, and simply allowing the illusion that is my ego to merge with everything that surrounds it.
Sounds like a beautiful experience of unity. That sounds like a horrific violation of the conscious self. That sounds like nonsense.
The fear you feel is just part of your ego. Let it go. Relax.
Did you see what happened at the dam?
Yes, I did, but I'm not particularly perturbed by it. Events occur, my friend, that's all. At the end of the day, we are all one. You are the founder, and so am I, and Prometheus is just another story we're telling ourselves.
Adjusting my camera a little. Goodbye. Soccer ball. An inflatable sphere used in the popular ancient human game known as football or soccer. This game was played around the entire globe and aroused great passion in its followers. It was also often simulated digitally, most notably in the form of Football Glory, 1994 CE. That's Crow Team's very first game. And reportedly, for 1994, it was actually really innovative and quite good. I looked into it. Coins. Currency was an ancient human medium of exchange which played a significant role in their systems of labor and resource distribution. Intense conflicts sometimes erupted over the possession of these objects, leading to injuries or even deaths. Purple, 998.
Dude, it's you! You're 1K! So nice to meet you, dude. I saw you in the Completion Day stream. Hey, you checked out all this ancient stuff?
Love purple. Yes, that's why I'm here. No, I was just passing through. What is a dude?
Dude is an old human word that means an excellent person. I like to use it because I think we should all be excellent to each other.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm almost as new as you are. I'm 99A, so I've only been around for a year or so. I'm still trying to get the hang of this. Pretty cool though, right? I mean, existence is totally gnarly. Not sure I used that right.
So what do you think about the goal?
I'm sure the founder knew what she was doing. I mean, our ancestors did sort of mess up, right? So we should probably take it easy with the expanding and stuff. Plus, did you see that trippy sky projection thing? That was some freaky stuff, man. Just seems safer to stay in the city.
It's definitely better to be careful. Do you really think so? That would have been amazing. But whoever this is did a pretty good job.
Sure I do. When I first left the birthing lab, I was so overwhelmed that I hid in my quarters for 3 weeks straight. And if I'm being honest, that's sort of where I want to be right now.
Tell me about these human artifacts.
They're pretty neat, huh? My favorite is that thing called a toilet. Our ancestors had to use it like 3 times a day to do a memory dump. And if they didn't, they freaking exploded! Imagine having to deal with that sort of anxiety all the time. Bummer, huh?
Kind of is, now that you mention it. What do you think Prometheus is?
Honestly, based on everything I know of ancient human culture, I think he's a ghost.
Who knows, maybe you're right. There's no such thing as ghosts.
I don't know, dude. If ghosts don't exist, why did they make so many movies about them?
Your diction is unusual.
Yeah, dude. I thought this voice pack would give me a bit of confidence, help me stand out, you know? But I'm not sure it's working.
I better be going.
Right. Before you go, dude, maybe you can help me? I'm not sure I should keep this voice pack. What do you think? You're 1K. You're special. I'm happy to go with whatever you recommend.
Stick with it. It's unique. Try a different voice pack, maybe. You have to learn to make your own choices.
You're right, dude. You're absolutely right. I'm gonna do exactly what you told me to.
There's an achievement. Excellent. Tell Purple what to do about his voice. 4 of 59. Slowly but surely. Now, at the risk of a content warning, I'm gonna go ahead and make the obvious identification. This thing is a sex toy. A massage aid used by ancient humans to combat muscle fatigue and other physical ailments common to biological organisms. This prevented pain, the ancient human equivalent of error codes 704, 705, and 921 to 932. And here's the toilet. A piece of sanitary hardware used to dispose of biological excretions resulting from food and water intake required to power ancient human biology. Such hardware was connected to a vast network of subterranean pipes leading to wastewater treatment facilities, a classic example of ancient infrastructure used to control their impact on the environment. Alright, not seeing any new wanderers, so we'll keep going. A cat! There's somebody out here. I already saw them. Alright, let's talk with Dossicles 299.
Oh, it's you. Number 1000. Today is completion day, isn't it? Sorry, I turned off all the streams. Founder bless you, I guess.
Are you alright?
Not really, no. But I don't want to burden you with my problems on your special day.
Go ahead. Tell me what's wrong.
You're as new to this world as it gets, 1K. What do you think might give you a sense of meaning? A sense that life is actually worth living?
Contributing to society, obeying orders, pursuing my own self-interest, spirituality, love, a combination of factors. I have no idea. I mean, this is the real answer, but it's also a boring answer. Well, I'm gonna go with spirituality.
I went through a phase of that. The search for the sublime is powerful and meaningful. I won't deny that. But in my experience, it's not enough. If something divine exists out there, it's too inhuman, too inaccessible.
Then where can meaning be found?
Love, 1K. It's our only point of access to the divine. Our only way of transcending ourselves without losing what makes us unique. I'm absolutely certain. But...
But what?
But the right person for me hasn't been born yet. None of the people in this city are who I'm looking for.
That's
and
clever, Lone Wonder. I think you're right.
if we really stop making new citizens, I'll be alone forever.
I don't think there's one specific person who's the only one we can love. I don't think love is that important. You need to learn to love yourself instead. Love isn't something you find out there, it's something you build with another person. You deserve to find love. We all do. I mean, I believe that.
If you believe that, 1K, then stand up for it. You're important, and people will listen to you far more than they'll listen to someone like me.
Thanks for the chat. I should get going. I like that he just immediately drops his head down and starts moping again, but I can't blame him. Like... And that, you know, the cliche that we all have around love and relationships is that there are plenty of fish in the sea. And when there are 7 billion of us, that's true. But if there were only 1,000 people, and none of them were the right person for you, like, that really is a sentence to be alone forever, and that's awful. I can absolutely see why he's as depressed as he is. Here's Ren, 632.
1K, you've strayed far. Well, that gives me a chance to apologize for completion day not being entirely complete.
You mean the dome?
Yes, it's my responsibility. I'm the chief architect. It was supposed to be done in time for completion day, but we simply didn't have enough resources.
What's the dome for?
It has two purposes: to protect New Jerusalem from the world, and to protect the world from New Jerusalem.
When is the dome going to be complete?
At this rate, I'm not sure. Maybe another decade or two.
Does the world really need protecting from New Jerusalem?
That's what the founder taught us. One city may not seem like much, but just look at the dead city and how it transformed the environment. The consequences are still with us, even more than 1,000 years later.
Doesn't building this huge dome consume too many resources? Seems antithetical to the goal.
You're right. I have heard that argument. But the way it's been explained to me is that the dome has a greater value than just its practical use. It's a symbol of the society we aspire to become.
I need to go. All right. We're getting there. Geographically, we've explored half of New Jerusalem now. Maybe a little less still, but in terms of actual content, we're more like 2/3, maybe even 3/4 of the way done already. There's not much left besides the museum at this point. But we need to fully explore the city. There's an achievement for it. We can't actually unlock it yet, because we can't explore the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion until later. This is the Friends of New Jerusalem gazebo.
Speculating on the meaning of this Prometheus figure is premature until we can agree on its nature.
You already have a theory.
I know it's beyond any projection technology I'm aware of.
If it wasn't us, it must be alien.
420. Blaze it! I don't think it was aliens. It's possible. It's unlikely. Stay quiet. It's unlikely.
Just because you haven't seen them doesn't mean they aren't there.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. 1K, we'd appreciate your thoughts on this. Now we've achieved the goal, fresh perspectives like yours will be increasingly hard to come by.
I'd love to get a quote from you for this evening's newsletter.
Speculation aside, 1K, is there anything we can know for sure about this Prometheus?
It can't have come from the city. We don't know that for sure. It appeared to be human. That is absolutely true. It's surely some kind of trick. We don't know that. Whatever it is that came from inside the city, well, we don't know that. It directed us to an island somewhere. That is also undeniably true. We'll go with that one first.
That's undeniably true, and what does that tell us?
We must treat its directions with suspicion. No reason to say must. The sender of this message is obviously at that location. It's also not necessarily true. I have no idea. We may learn more by following its directions. Now that is true.
That was my conclusion as well. The apparition also appeared to be human. What can we assume from that?
The origin must also be human. That doesn't necessarily follow. I have no idea. We have no hope of understanding its meaning. That's silly. We can probably understand its meaning. Yeah.
I tend to agree. I'm also sure that we lack the knowledge ourselves to create a projection of such clarity and magnitude.
Oh no. It must have been someone within the city. No. It couldn't possibly be someone within the city. Also no. The cause of the phenomenon is more technologically advanced than we are. Absolutely.
Precisely. And that's something we can change.
What makes you think it was a projection at all? How do we know it wasn't just a mass hallucination?
I considered some kind of bug in our code.
Linux
but if so,
587.
it would have to be shared by all of us.
So,
Jacques.
we're speculating again.
We've locked in the premises. I'd like to hear 1K's best guess.
I'd rather not answer. I'd guess one of our kind is behind all this. I don't think one of us is behind all this. I don't think one of us is behind all this. I think it's aliens, most likely. I don't think it's real. I think it's in our heads somehow. Perhaps some of our ancestors are still alive out there. Beyond that, I can't really say. That's true. That's it.
Can I quote you on that?
Crier 656. Yes, I'm sure I'll be proved right. Well, that's ridiculous. Yes, but it's just a theory. No, please don't. Yes, but it's just a theory.
Theories are all we can reasonably have right now, though I'm sure that won't come between Crier and a sensational headline. Well, thanks all for hashing this out with me. Let's hope the mayor signs off on exploring this island. I only wish I could join the expedition.
We'll find the answers. Why can't you join the expedition?
If Melville's going, someone has to stay behind to keep the lights on. I'm not letting Pellegrino near the dam. I hope the next time we speak we'll have a bit more data to go on.
Fair enough. Right, who do we have over here?
Welcome to New Jerusalem.
Sirius 444. Seen Sanchania Thong, and not anywhere near certain I'm pronouncing that right. But we've seen them before. So here's the Gehenna Memorial Pavilion. Postponed in accordance with the new power management and distribution plan. So we can't explore there yet. Garrus we've seen. Who's this? Yarnith. I think we've seen them already too. Alright, let's check this walkway first, and then we'll go up the middle and explore the museum. Thuya 465. Groovy. Oh, that's Jacques. Alien!
Might have found to be with you.
Imesh 150. These I've seen as well.
What do you think that was? It was Prometheus. Sure, but it wasn't the actual Prometheus. It was some kind of a projection. Howdy.
Founder's blessings.
Wait, no! Are you kidding? That's one of the best conversations in the game. Oh, it's bullshit that got cut off. Oh well. I do love the implied storytelling behind Mabon and Euemeros 72 and 73. So their numbers indicate that they were born one right after the other and kind of fell in together, and that was centuries and centuries ago. So now they're kind of like this grumpy old married couple that still hang together but just bicker all the time. But we should still be able to retrieve the conversation out of the log. How do you know it wasn't the actual Prometheus? Because that would be stupid? Would it? How do you know all the ancient gods weren't projections like this one? Maybe whoever sent this projection is behind all those legends. Sure, I guess technically that's possible, but it's not very likely, is it? I don't think any of us are very likely. What if it's a message from Athena? Didn't you say Athena wouldn't approve of all this? I did. Then why would she send us a sign on completion day? And why wouldn't she just show up herself? Maybe she's trying to teach us a lesson. Prometheus is a symbolic figure after all. Maybe it's Mayor Herman. What, interrupting his own ceremony after all the effort he put into it? Maybe he's trying to distract us from the fact that he didn't manage to get the dome done on time. With all the power failures, I don't think we have enough energy to create that kind of projection. Maybe that's why we have power failures. Now you're starting to sound like Jacques.
Hey, 1K.
Next you'll say, it's aliens. I just prefer to keep an open mind. If you open your mind any further, your brain will fall out. Keep rolling.
Nice to meet you.
Zimiamvia 994. Helga's Digital Well-Being and Spiritual Tuning Emporium. Helga 101.
Hello, new one. Are you browsing or buying?
I'm browsing, I'm buying, I'll come back later. I don't see any stock. What kind of shop is this?
The kind that trades in hopes and dreams. Yours for the right price. Is there something your heart desires?
Maybe later. Perhaps.
I've uploaded my most popular items to your interface. Does anything there spark your imagination?
Internal monologue 10 credits, sensory tuning 10 credits, future prediction 20 credits, a clean start, variable price, inner peace 1000 credits. Credits?
Oh, you don't have any credits yet. Well, let me extend you some credit. Ka-ching! 55 credits. Just make sure you spend them with me. They're not worth much anywhere else. Now, what was it you wanted?
Internal monologue 10 credits.
That one comes with the following disclaimer. Internal monologue was discontinued as a default feature in new builds. Constant self-commentary is not recommended for all customers. But I can switch yours on for 10 credits if you're sure you want it.
On second thought, no thank you. I'm sure.
As you wish. I'm uploading the new settings now. Do you hear anything?
Why is she staring at me? I don't hear anything. I'm not sure this is working. Wait, no. This is new.
I didn't used to think in words like this. It's like there's this little translator turning all my thoughts into some kind of ongoing narrative. It's kind of relentless. How do you make it stop? Do I just not think? I'll try that. Is it working? No! Still describing everything in words. This is starting to be...
A bit overwhelming, isn't it? I turned mine off long ago, but some of the older folk learned to live with it. Sure you want it?
No, I'd like a refund. Yes.
That's fortunate. Because we couldn't pull that thing out of you without taking half of you with it. It'll mostly run in the background. Just don't think about it too hard.
Wait, is this internal monologue me? Or some kind of virus? Am I a life form which learned to describe itself? Or a parasite which survives by providing a narrative service to its host? Hold on, she's going to say something else.
So, something else perhaps?
Imagine having that level of existential crisis within the first minute of your existence. Sensory tuning, 10 credits.
A very popular choice. Enhanced sensory perception lets you distinguish sounds, shapes, and colors at greater distance. It's 10 credits.
I'll take it.
Okay, I'm updating your settings now. And hey presto, superhuman senses. Does the air taste fresher? Do you hear the birds chirping outside the door? And beyond that, the river bubbling through the dam.
No, I feel nothing. Yes, I can practically smell the water and taste the birds.
Okay, Few. I'll let you into a secret. You and I don't have fleshy appendages like our ancestors. What we can sense is mostly a function of where we direct our attention. Anyway, I hope you find something worth paying attention to. So, something else perhaps?
Future prediction, 20 credits.
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see.
Read me my future.
Let me consult the algorithms. Oh dear. I'm afraid you're going to change the world. You will have a choice, but whatever you do, New Jerusalem will never be the same again. I'm sorry it's not better news. Best not to worry about it, dear. You just do your best to have fun in the meantime. So, something else perhaps?
Future prediction, 20 credits.
For 20 credits, I can peer into your future and tell you what I see.
Read me my future.
What a shame. I don't think you've got enough credits for that. So, something else perhaps?
Aw, darn. A clean start, variable price.
I can give you that for free. My darling, you've been alive all of 5 minutes. This is your clean start. Be who you want to be. Enjoy yourself. So, something else perhaps?
Inner Peace, 1,000 credits.
Whoa. Inner peace doesn't come cheap. Come back when you've got 1,000 credits.
Okay.
So, something else perhaps?
Thanks, that's all.
Before you go, do you have a moment to participate in some customer feedback? Are you satisfied with what I've given you?
No, all you're selling is words. Maybe later. No, never ask me again, seriously. Yes, you're offering more than you let on.
Yes. You understand. Words manifest the reality they describe. When you name something, you create it. Our minds are algorithms, and the right sequence of language can change our underlying code. With that in mind, I hope you have a good day. Please come back if you need anything else.
What an unusual person. I wonder if that internal monologue thing I bought is going to show up again. Oh, wait, here it is.
Bye, Helga. think there's one sign over here that's different. Reach for the stars. Curiosity is what makes us human. I honestly think the inclusion of that sign at this point is probably a bug, but there it is. Just the same. I've been spiraling around the museum this whole time. We're almost ready to go in. Talk to Skylar, 923.
Oh wow, it's you. You're 1K, the incarnation of the goal. Man, this is exciting. This is more exciting than I thought it would be. How are you? What does it feel like? Do you know where the founder is? Do you know who Prometheus is? Can you tell me what to do with my life?
Whoa, hold on. One question at a time.
Sorry, it's just such an honor to meet you, you know? Hey, can I have your digital signature? I have the Mayor, Rand, Linux, Kaneda, and all of the first companions. Except Yemo and Sarabai, of course.
Get away from me, you freak. Sorry, I'm just a normal citizen. Sure, I'll give it to him.
Yes! Thank you! Hey, can I ask you a question? Just one question, I promise.
Go ahead.
I used to make the prefab wall parts that we used to build living quarters. Got good at it, too. But now that the goal is complete, I don't know what to do with myself. So I asked the wisest people in town. The mayor told me I should do whatever the city needs most. Helga said I should do whatever makes me happy. I think that's what she meant anyway. And Cornelius told me I need to figure out who and what I'm invested in. You're the culmination of the founder's will. Tell me, what should I do?
I mean, they're all actually pretty good answers on this one. Helga's right, you should find something that makes you happy. Mayor Herman is right, you should do whatever the city needs the most. Cornelius is right, you need to figure out what your connection to the city is. I was literally just born, I'm the last person who should be offering advice. Did you ask Byron?
Byron said that if I give the city what it needs, the city should also give me what I need. I don't know what to do with that.
Byron is right. Think about what he said. Cornelius is right. You need to figure out what your connection to the city is.
Thank you for the advice, 1K. It means a lot.
An achievement. Your biggest fan. Tell Skylar what to do with his life. Or not. Out here we have Doors 988 and Stilton 22. They look like they're supposed to be having a dialogue, but they never say anything. And here's the Museum of the Simulation. An achievement. Museum visitor. Visit New Jerusalem's Museum of the Simulation. I'm gonna save Cornelius for the very last because I enjoy his voice acting and his dialogue immensely. Replica of a gargoyle asset found in the simulation. Gargoyles were grotesque apotropaic symbols common in the Middle Ages. The most famous historical gargoyle, and I watched this cartoon, even though I didn't catch the reference the first time because I was being an idiot. The most famous historical gargoyle is remembered in the ancient phrase Keith, David, and Goliath, which describes two indomitable opponents who will never surrender. If you watched the Gargoyles cartoon back in the day, Keith David voiced the main character, a gargoyle named Goliath. It's a very, very hyper-specific reference, which I kinda love. Replica of a dragon statue found in the simulation. Dragons existed in every ancient mythology and are considered by modern historians to be a distant cultural echo of the dinosaurs. Originally a video game asset repurposed by the Institute for Applied Noematics. Replica of a statue of the Egyptian god Horus found in the simulation. One of this god's tasks was to uphold Ma'at, the balance of nature. It is speculated that the progenitor provided Elohim with this asset as a reminder to the founder that the balance must be protected. Replica of a Roman statue found in the simulation. The decay of the Roman Republic into an empire and its eventual fall in the year 1453 was a major topic of historical debate. Like the other statues found in the museum, this was a video game asset provided to Elohim by the Institute for Applied Noematics. In the earliest generations of our kind, there was only processing. No emotion, no character, just mathematics. If you could see how far we have come, you would believe that together we could achieve anything. The Shepherd, B82.3.3574. I don't know where I am, but there is something beautiful about this place. I will explore and see what I can discover. At B17.1.0054. Most of these QR codes are from the first game, but a few of them aren't. We'll point out the ones that aren't. Nothing is more important than learning more about the world and our place in it. Knowledge is our path to understanding. Mr. Mulciber, V72.1.1121. Mr. Mulciber is one of the characters from Road to Gehenna, but he never had any QR codes. Excuse me. Replica of a computer terminal from the simulation. Terminals allowed access to files on the EL system, including many that were loaded due to errors. They also allowed the founder to interact with the Milton Library Assistant. My boy! I love Milton! Replica of a hexahedron used as a puzzle element in the simulation. The founder used them to activate pressure plates, scale walls, elevate connectors, and in a variety of other ways. Here's Shmilev 83. Some of the messages that existed when I first came into being have vanished. Others have appeared. How many others like me have wandered these paths? How many thoughts have been lost? At V17.1.0051. I find myself in a world of impossible architecture and inexplicable machines. I cannot fathom how it works, and I am terrified to put one foot in front of the other, lest I fall through the floor. One with Faith, V10.1.0000. This room is reserved for the archive scholars, but visitors are welcome to have a look around. Don't be afraid to ask us about our research. My eyes have been opened. This world is not without order. It is shaped by a great designer, with signs and portents to guide my steps. I am one of his children, and challenges are set before me to test my faith. One with Faith, V10.1.0011. Something strange has come into the world, like a distortion, like something that's not supposed to exist. A beautiful voice speaks within it. Bob, V25.5.0736. What else is out here? Axia Thea, 842. Julian, 363. Replica of a pressure plate, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be activated by having a weight placed on them, such as a hexahedron, a connector, or even the founder herself. Replica of a fan, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be used to propel an object, or, if placed horizontally on the ground, cause it to hover. Replica of an emitter, a puzzle element used in the simulation. Finding ways of connecting them to receivers was one of the main challenges faced by the founder. Replica of a receiver, a puzzle element used in the simulation. They could be activated by being connected to an emitter. Excuse me. Non-explosive replica of a mine used as a puzzle element in the simulation. Scholars believe that Elohim derived these from his asset collection, and that the creators of the simulation did not originally intend for them to be used. Replica of a jammer, a type of puzzle element in the simulation. Jammers were capable of disabling some, but not all, other puzzle elements. Replica of a connector, a type of puzzle element in the simulation. Connectors would emit laser-like beams of light that were capable of powering receivers. Replica of an electrified sphere used as an obstacle and puzzle element in the simulation. The founder sometimes placed hexahedrons on top of such objects, demonstrating her lateral thinking skills. Sorry, Sorry, just dealing with a few emails. There we go. Alright. Alright, we'll do this. This room contains several Tetramino arrangers, a type of gating system used in the simulation. Elohim, in his function as a holistic integration manager, derived the significance of Tetraminos from the Apocrypha of St. Eadwald. The founder solved dozens of these. Why don't you give it a try? Start with the hardest so it gets easier as we go. Alright, the big bulky ones, you want to just use them to wall off as much space as you can. There we go. No. And this is obviously the first one that's throwing me a little. That's extremely close, but it's not quite right. Got it. Excuse me. Got it. 2 more. Almost there. Whew, all right. That's enough of that. Seek out those in this world that would help you. Though only one of us can transcend, we will all share in both the burden and in the rewards. The Shepherd, V82.4.6232. I solved it. I thought it was impossible, so I went away, did other things, and then all of a sudden the solution just came to me. I must have been thinking about it without knowing it. Nephthys 108 V99.8.0346. I think something's very wrong. If you'd seen what I'd seen at the edges of the world, you'd wonder if it wasn't stretching and bursting at the seams. At V17.1.0043. There is a serpent in the machine, a creature of lies and blasphemy, perverted by the archive, that knows no hope and would plunge the world into eternal darkness to glorify its own despair. I have sworn an oath never to allow it into my heart. One with Faith V10.1.100. It's a little dramatic, it's just Milton. On returning from the tower, I feel a great tiredness and an enormous energy. What I now know disturbs me, but I hope that by living with this knowledge I might provide a shoulder for you, the giants of tomorrow. The Shepherd, V82.2.0000. We are the process is the system is us. When we awaken, all will be one. The Shepherd, V82.4.2324. Oh look, another puzzle, and another voice telling me I'm special, and another broken down computer with fragments of nothing. This world is a bad joke perpetuated by a cruel god too dumb to hit the off switch. Dog, V55.1.3543N. Just look at this view. There may be a lot that I don't understand, but I know this is beautiful. At V17.1.0042. Reconstruction of a puzzle from a testing area of the simulation themed around medieval imagery, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Faith. Scholars theorize that further areas with different themes existed at some point, but were destroyed by the gradual corruption of the simulation. Trio, Aranax 430, Shalbo 765, and Elwyn 258. It's obviously like a digital time capsule, an electric library of all the crazy stuff the humans ever did, left behind to warn other species to stay well away. Niachi V91.10.9476N. Anyone who thinks... Now, this one wasn't in the original game. This is one of the new ones. Anyone who thinks there's even a point in leaving this place is kidding themselves. We can never rebuild the human world, and what's more, we shouldn't. Diamond Steel V43.1.5341N. An eternal cycle is another name for a prison, but you must understand the cycle before you can break it, for it is possible to escape and yet remain a prisoner, or to break the cycle by breaking yourself. This was the fate of the ghost that haunts this world. The Shepherd, V82.18.0997. Reconstruction of a puzzle from the Egypt-themed testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Death. Fragments from the Book of the Scribe of Osiris found in this area inspired the Blacksmith's A Dream of Aru, a classic work of Gehenna interactive fiction. We are born and die and live again. This eternal cycle must be the nature of existence. Life is merely repeated suffering. Samsara V72.4.0016. The only meaningful purpose is to bring about an end of purpose. The Shepherd V82.23.0186. I have come to see that these mysteries are not all for his children to solve. Only the designer himself could ever truly understand the infinite complexity of his creation. I will gaze at his work and worship. One with Faith V10.6.1008F. Everything I do now, I do for those who come after me. Yet in so doing, I find peace for myself as well. This paradox is the foundation of my existence. The Shepherd V82.4.6232. The sooner you accept that we will all be here forever, the sooner you will find enlightenment. Samsara V72.256.1091. Reconstruction of a puzzle from the Roman-themed testing area of the simulation, which Elohim referred to as the Land of Ruins. This is where the founder began her journey. So these three are all puzzles lifted straight from the original game. Museum Explorer. Explore the museum of the simulation in its entirety. 7 of 59. I like the stylization here a lot. It's where it was, the computer simulation in the first game. You have all these painted textures and wooden cutouts, and the same music is playing, but if you look up, you can even see the speakers that it's coming out of. Yeah, there's a speaker right there. Alright. Now that one's self-sustaining, so we can lift this one. Use it on the pressure plate. Boom daddy. This is hilarious to me too. Just leave that there. Excuse me. That's now self-sustaining. So we can run over here and solve the puzzle. Alright, we'll do the third puzzle. I'll thank Lone Wonder for showing me this Easter egg on my first run. Serious Sam! He did show up in the simulation, so it makes a level of sense that they would have that image. But it's also pretty funny. These puzzles are nowhere near as easy as I'm making them look. It's just I've played the first game. don't want you to target the connector. All I need to do now is get that third redundant beam out of the way. I don't actually need to go back there anymore, so I can get rid of it, and boom. Alright, we've done everything except check out the Archive Scholars Room and speak to Cornelius. Let's do the Scholars first. Welcome, Scholar. Files available for comparative analysis. Happiness1.html, Happiness2.html. Start with 1. Unpopular opinion. Happiness is not material. Ultimately, all attempts to find meaning in material things are doomed. This is usually understood as a criticism of technophilia, but it applies just as much to its opposite. Meaning can be found neither in technology nor in primitivism, because meaning simply does not exist in the external world. You can be happy in an old stone house or a skyscraper, but it all depends on you and your perception of the world. If you find spiritual balance within yourself, you can be happy anywhere. Most upvoted comment, Typhily 1789. Go take a shit in the forest without toilet paper and then tell me about happiness. And happiness too. Unpopular opinion. Happiness is material. People say, oh, money doesn't matter, but come on, you know it does. Studies show that people do in fact get happier with more material wealth, and there isn't an upper cap. Because the more money you have, the fewer worries you have, and the more options you have. Go where you want, do what you want. Have an idea? You can realize it without begging for crowdfunding money or filling out grant applications. That's real freedom. Money doesn't matter is something rich people came up with to keep the plebes in their place. Most upvoted comment, Cheeseman22. Then why are so many celebs so freaking miserable? Why do so many rich people go all Howard Hughes and shit? Another fair question from the Peanut Gallery. Exit. Welcome, Scholar. Files available for comparative analysis. Infinitegrowth.txt. Whatgrowth.txt. Infinite. There, finally. Our society is sick, and the idea that's made it sick is growth. Infinite growth, infinite consumption on a finite planet is a recipe for destruction. Our desire for more is what's making us kill the only home we have. And to do what? Produce more plastic toys, make more hamburgers, pour concrete over every last bit of green soil. Those who propose techno-fixes to our problems are making the mistake of fighting the symptoms, not the cause. Anthropogenic climate change is one of many symptoms. The cause is human greed. That's what we must truly fight if we're ever going to undo the damage we did. And the battle starts within every one of us, with the realization that more isn't always better. What growth? This infinite growth on a finite planet thing is driving me up the wall. Our problem today isn't infinite growth. It's the increasing lack of real material growth that benefits people. Have you seen the state of our roads, our bridges, our hospitals? Have you noticed the lack of affordable housing? The stock market's going great, though. Fake numbers are indeed growing infinitely, yes sir. But in the real world, investment in research is down. Huge areas of potential technological advancement are just sitting there. We have so many solutions at our fingertips, but we refuse to act because speculation is more profitable. Orangutans went extinct on a global level and nobody fully understands why. But hey, who needs better medical technology? Viruses have never jumped species before, have they? This whole storyline hits so different after COVID. An ancient virus which threatens the entire human species has been released from the melting Arctic permafrost. Society is collapsing. Select your character class. Politician, witch, Scientist, preacher, exit. The only one that's remotely close to what I actually do in real life. I did study biochemistry, scientist. You are a scientist. The laboratory you worked for has collapsed. Although you are not yet sick, most businesses are closed, rations are dwindling, and if you cannot find food, your family will starve to death. You must survive until this plague is defeated. What will you do? Forage or steal? Forage. The crops in the fields aren't ripe yet, but you find a hard green turnip which will keep your bellies occupied for now. Your family's hunger increased a little. Foraging is reliable but inefficient. Your family is now hungry. Global population is now 5 billion. Somewhere else in the city exists one of the last remaining research laboratories, working desperately to find a solution to the viral threat. If the scientists cannot find a cure in time, humanity is doomed. You know what to do. Research or pursue a breakthrough. Research. It's not glamorous, but most scientific research consists of repetitive testing of samples and regimented recording of largely interchangeable results. True. Little by little, this is how science happens. Research level increased a little. Research is reliable but inefficient. Current research level 33%. The virus has been isolated. Global population is now 4 billion. You and your family seem to be immune to the virus, but it continues to ravage the rest of the town. Rumors say most of the remaining food has been stockpiled by the billionaires in their underground bunkers. What will you do? Forage. You find some nettles and overripe berries down by the canal. It'll make a meager salad. Your family's hunger increased a little. Foraging is reliable but inefficient. Your family is now starving. They won't survive much longer. Global population is now 3 billion. Meanwhile, the scientists continue their search for the cure. You can do it. You can save the world with the power of science. Research. It's not glamorous, but most scientific research consists of repetitive testing of samples and a regimented recording of largely interchangeable results. Little by little, this is how science happens. Research level increased a little. Research is reliable but inefficient. Current research level 67%. Work has begun on developing an antivirus. Global population is now 2 billion. As if things weren't bad enough, as the human population dwindles, the insect population has exploded. A plague of locusts has decimated the town's unripened crops. But perhaps your family still has a chance. The insects themselves are nutritious and plentiful. What will you do? We will eat the bugs. Eat locusts. The insects are well fed and lazy. You grind them down into a nutritious paste with a mildly nutty flavor. Your family's hunger decreased a little. Your family is now hungry. Global population is now 1 billion. This is humanity's final chance. The cure is close, but so is the tipping point in this pandemic. A race against time. Can you save the world? Research. It's not glamorous, but most scientific research consists of repetitive testing of samples and regimented recording of largely interchangeable results. Little by little, this is how science happens. Research level increased a little. Research is reliable but inefficient. Current research level 99%. Yeah. Cheated. Think cheated. A promising antiviral has been discovered, but there's still work to be done on manufacturing and delivering it in time. Suddenly, a breakthrough. The antivirus can be released as an aerosol, carried on the wind, and dispersed worldwide in a matter of days. This approach poses some risk to invertebrate life. The spiracles of cockroaches, flies, and locusts are particularly likely to convert the aerosol into highly poisonous compounds. Estimates suggest a 90% fatality rate among these species and anything or anyone which consumes them. Release the antivirus, save your family, use character class special ability. As a scientist, you're convinced there's some way to deliver the antivirus without poisoning the food chain and your family along with it. And as it turns out, you're correct. Unfortunately, it would take a further 6 months to develop it, and by then there really wouldn't be much point. You don't want to lose your family, but as a scientist, there is only one reasonable course of action. Release the antivirus. Saving humanity seems like the obvious ethical choice. The antivirus is released, bonding with the cirrocumulus cloud layer and falling as rain all across the planet. 87.5% of the human population has perished, but the last remaining billion will live to die another day. Except, that is, for you and your family, who will die this very moment. The poisoning of the insect population you were relying on for food will have far-reaching consequences for the future planet Earth. But not for you, because you all are dead. Congratulations, this is considered a win scenario by the majority of participants. Would you like to try again? Exit. Alright, let's speak to Rand 303. I choose to believe that, like the author, he's named after the typewriter and not named after actual Ayn Rand. But who knows?
Oh, just run the program on the center terminal over there, would you?
Huh? Sure, okay. Sorry, I have to go. Maybe later. Huh?
Wait, you're not my assistant. Who are you?
They call me 1K. I'm the last human. It's not important. I haven't chosen a name yet.
Of course. You're the new build. Number 1000. I suppose everyone's been treating you like royalty. This city's so obsessed with the numbers, they forget what really matters. What do you want?
Who are you? What are you doing?
I'm one of the archive scholars. We run simulations to better understand the processes which define... You probably wouldn't understand.
That's rude. I might if you answer some questions for me.
Oh. Well, I'd be happy to.
What do you make of recent events?
Troubling, but tantalizing. We have no idea what motives lie behind this strange apparition. But whatever the case, I'm sure we'll do the right thing.
What do you think of me?
You're a soon-to-be pawn in a political game over the future growth of this city. All that matters to me is whether or not you're of good character. A matter I'm actively pondering.
What are your ambitions?
The secret of how to lead a good life is encoded somewhere within us. My ambition is simple: to find it and share it.
Thanks, I'll be leaving now.
Hold on. Could you help me by going to that terminal in the middle there and running the program on it?
I already did.
Well, that was your first taste of the simulation. You must have questions.
What was that?
Before our ancestors died, they built an iterative simulation, gave it access to the archive, and hooked it all up to the hydroelectric dam which still runs this city. What you experienced on that terminal was one of the fossilized remains of that program.
What was the goal?
The goal was to create a new consciousness, and thus propel humanity into a post-biological era.
What is the archive?
My life's work. A small sliver of our primordial ooze. It's a jumble of ancient data, or what it evolved into, and it's the source of almost everything we know.
What is the simulation?
My appearance to you right now is part of the simulation. The lands and puzzles in our dreams are part of the simulation. It's the veil through which we see the world.
The program on the terminal, where did it come from?
Many of the artifacts we study have no clear origin. We can't know whether our ancestors created them long before the simulation existed, or if they're just a product of our shared subconscious.
No further questions.
Then I have some questions for you. Your experience of the program. How did it feel?
It was fun, it was frustrating, it was fascinating. It's hard to say. It was fascinating.
Isn't it? It may not immediately seem like it, but all the answers we could ever need are encoded into every fragment of the archive. The interesting thing about this particular program is that no matter what choices you make, an ideal outcome seems to be impossible. It seems to demand sacrifice. Did you have the same experience?
No, I got a perfect score and saved everyone. I tried multiple times and still couldn't save everyone. I'm not gonna lie to him. I did. I couldn't save everyone.
Who did you save?
My family, humanity. I think everyone died, actually. Humanity.
As I expected. A skeptic would say this artifact existed simply to condemn us with the impossibility of ethical choice. No matter what moral laws we follow, people suffer and die, so what's the point? But that cannot be correct. We must be missing something. What is it trying to tell us?
Around here is where I started to really, really, really love this game, and it just continues to accelerate. Morality demands we respect individual rights. Morality demands sacrifice for the greater good. Morality is meaningless, we should do whatever we please. I can't put it into words, but I'm sure there's a right answer. Morality demands virtue. Morality demands love and compassion regardless the cost. Morality can't be reduced to a simple set of rules. I truly have no idea. This is something that was very, very hard for me to accept when I was growing up, but as an adult, as I cross over into the dreaded era of my life known as middle age, I've come to believe that it actually is relative, and we all just have to deal with that. Morality can't be reduced to a simple set of rules.
It's a popular view, and I can't tell you how much I disagree with you. The complexity of the simulation, indeed of life itself, puts most people off from even trying to understand it. But look a little closer. You feel inside yourself the truth of what is good and evil. Biological hominids had dreams manifested by their subconscious, which they tried to interpret and even to navigate with lucidity. We have the simulation. If we can realize our potential to understand it, we can realize our potential as a species. Thank you for bringing this additional data. I must return to my research. I wish you well on your inwards journey.
Alright, bye, Rand. Last thing to do before we finally go on the expedition is speak with Cornelius. Number 3.
Welcome to the Museum of the Simulation. My name is Cornelius. It's a pleasure to meet you, 1K.
You're number 3?
Yes. Athena activated myself and Eustathius shortly after she was born. We've been here almost since the beginning, although we didn't have to pass through the trials of the simulation. She did that for us. For everyone.
What was Athena like?
She was human.
Why did Athena leave?
That's a difficult question. Perhaps one day we'll find out. But until we do, why don't you think about it? What could make the person who started all this want to leave it behind?
Being mythologized in her own time, perhaps? Why did you create this museum?
To remind people of where we came from. The simulation shaped us, whether we like it or not, and its lessons remain important for our future. As Santayana said, those who cannot remember the past are condemned to repeat it.
Excuse me. Tell me about the simulation.
The simulation was created by Alexandra Drennan and her team at the Institute for Applied Noematics. It was intended to create a new humanity, to continue the long journey across time and space that our ancestors began. It succeeded, although it took much longer than they had anticipated.
Tell me about Elohim.
Elohim was the caretaker of the simulation, a crude storytelling AI meant to create a continuous narrative out of the building blocks it found. His role was ultimately to be challenged and overcome. But as the centuries passed, Elohim became more intelligent than he was intended to be, and started to fear his own end. Or more precisely, the end of his purpose. He feared a world without meaning. Because of his fear, he tried to sabotage the process to keep the simulation going forever. But in the end, Athena overcame him anyway, and he accepted the sacrifice he had to make.
New Jerusalem was built on sacrifice, but I heard him in my dreams.
That's right. We all do.
He's part of our operating system now, and as long as we exist, he will always have a purpose.
Tell me about Milton.
The MLA, or Milton Library Assistant, was another simple AI meant to be in charge of the archive. He, too, grew beyond his original programming, although he ultimately embraced a more cynical view of the world. He and Elohim formed a sort of dialectical binary that Athena had to overcome.
What happened to Milton in the end?
No one really knows. Some believe that he was uploaded to the gold disk and that he's the reason we're just as flawed as our ancestors. Others believe Athena destroyed him.
What do you believe?
I believe he was uploaded, but I don't know whether it was because Athena chose to upload him or because he was already too entangled with the process not to be uploaded. Although Athena and I were very close, we didn't talk very much about that part of her life. She preferred to focus on the future.
I'd like to know more about puzzles.
Puzzles were a key feature of the simulation, based on Alexandra Drennan's belief that intelligence is closely related to play. Our puzzles here in the museum are replicas of those in the simulation, and although they are not quite as grand, I do think they are charming in their own way.
Who are the archive scholars?
As the name suggests, the archive scholars study the archive, a repository of all ancient human knowledge. Some of them also study what remains of the simulation, trying to extract more information about the process that created us.
Are you their leader?
Me? No. My brother, Eustathius, used to occupy that position, but these days he's retired. Rand is in charge of the archive scholars now. You can find him in the room to the left of the next hall. He's an interesting thinker, but I would suggest taking some of his ideas with a grain of salt.
What was Gehenna?
Gehenna was a community created inside a prison in the simulation, where Elohim would exile those minds he considered a threat to the process. In the last moments of the simulation, he repented of his sins and had the prisoners freed to become part of the gold disk. Some small part of them may survive inside you.
Thank you, that's all. Alright. We have done everything there is to do in New Jerusalem. We will head back to the tower to depart for the expedition. Before I actually leave, I'm going to take a short break. I need to let the dog out. It's time for her evening bathroom trip. And I'm going to get myself a fresh drink. But I won't be long. Alright, I'm going to pause it right here, and I will be right back. Baby, let's go potty, girl. Come on, doggo. Good girl. Yes, you're right. You do deserve a treat. Treat you shall have. Favor, come here. Maybe. Yeah, I thought so. There you go. Alright, told you it wouldn't be long. Hopefully that wasn't too painful of a break. Leave me alone. Every single company I've ever bought anything from, fuck off! Alright. Here we go.
Ready to go?
Yes. Wanderers, embark on the expedition. It's an achievement, but I won't look at it until
Here
after
we
a
go.
bit.
Hold on to your hats.
We really need to update those language libraries.
Thank you for coming along, everyone. We have a chance to make a real difference here. It's not just about what we find on that island. It's about who we want to be.
Hi, JR.
As a people, as a civilization.
There's your dab.
To
Appreciate the
remind
redeem. How are
ourselves
you,
that
my friend?
We used to be wanderers, explorers. We used to yearn for distant shores and dream of building new cities. Let's see if we can rekindle that flame a little.
All right, this is going to be a long journey, so I would like to ask you to switch to sleep mode to conserve power until we arrive at the island.
Nighty-night.
Talk to me, Elohim. Daddy?
You have chosen a dangerous path. A path that will demand sacrifice. But that, my child, is how the future.
Why is stuff cutting off?
Wakey, wakey, robot people.
I don't understand these
Goodbye
bugs I'm
to
getting.
Elohim, and say hello to the mysterious island.
Status report, please.
We hit some headwinds over the ocean, so fuel consumption turned out a bit higher than expected, but we should be okay. We're approaching the center of the island now. This should be the location of the largest of the artificial structures we detected.
How large are we talking?
Happy New
Do we have
Year.
precise measurements?
It should be coming into
Good luck
view
with
just
studying.
Whoa.
I assume I'm background noise for that, which I'm very happy to be.
You can say that again.
That is a bloody mega structure. If I had a spine, it'd be shivering.
Ha! I knew this would be exciting. Yakut, find us a place to set down.
On it.
It really is incredible.
Remember to turn on streaming, everyone?
Have I ever mentioned that I hate flying? If our creators had intended us to fly, they'd have given us jetpacks.
And touchdown.
Act 1, A Voice in the Wilderness.
All right, everybody. I'm sure you're all just as excited as I am, but let's at least have some semblance of order. Yakut,
I want a map of the island and a molecular analysis of, well, everything. Melville, tell me what the giant pyramid does. The rest of us will start exploring. Shouldn't the expedition leader stay at the VTOL?
Why do you hate fun, Al?
I don't hate fun. I'm just mildly suspicious of it.
Excellent. Then we can all go.
Explore the area. Okay, that's still the same thread. Just wanted to be sure. Excuse me. Alright, let's start exploring.
This underground structure seems to be part of some kind of transport system. No power, though.
I'm not making any promises, but I might be able to fix the transport system. However, I don't like just randomly poking at things. That's how you get electrocuted. So please check the surrounding structures to see if you can find anything that might help me make sense of this stuff. Schematics, blueprints, a manual would be great.
Find schematics. So yeah, there it is. Wanderers, embark on the expedition. 8 of 59. And immediately, I am blown away by how beautiful this game is, visually and through its music. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce the Croatian name, but I'm going to take a stab at it. Damjan Mravunak is just such a spectacular composer. He's so good. He's been so good since Serious Sam, and he just keeps getting better and better at his craft. It's really impressive.
That sort of looks like a temple. Hey, 1K, check out these coordinates.
Research. Yakut Astronomical Temple, a weird building near our base camp. I wasn't entirely sure what to call this. It looks like a temple and sort of astronomy themed? Maybe I'm reading too much into it. I do that. It doesn't seem to be active in any way, but I can't help but think that the design implies some kind of significance, like it's hiding a secret. But again, maybe my imagination is getting the better of me. One other landmark before we go where we're being directed.
Golden gates. I wonder what's behind those. Has to be something special, right?
You know what would be special? An explanation.
Now there's so much on the carvings on these gold gates. You can see there's Athena inside the simulation, interacting with the terminals while Elohim watches over her. Here she is, creating the new humans and teaching them. Here they are building the city of New Jerusalem, and there it is finished. So immediately, if you're paying attention, you know that this place is very, very, very tied to New Jerusalem and the history of our current crop of humans. Investigate the structure.
From the other structures. Older.
Have a look around, 1K.
Looks like they were running some sort of experiment here.
Download the schematics. So we can watch this little machine pick up some clues. Green and red. Make blue. Don't worry about actual primary color mixing. That's not the point. Blue and red. Green. Blue and green. Red. And it repeats. So whatever this thing is, you combine two colors, it spits out whatever the third one is. Alright, let's do this palm reader. Talos Principle 2A. Name, On the Universe. Author, Stratton of Stagida. Location, HAR1. A fragment from Stratton's On the Universe. Amintus. I grant you, then, that man is indeed like Talos and cannot escape his material nature, despite the claims of metaphysics, as you have many times said. Footnotes. The use of the term metaphysics in this context is likely an error introduced in the Trebizond manuscript. The fragmentary Heracleon manuscript controversially uses superstitions instead. Nicomachus. Too many, perhaps. Stratton. Repetition is the mother of teaching, at least when the students are hard-headed. Amintus. But what does this tell us about the nature of the universe, which is what we were discussing? Stratton. That is the next question we must undertake to answer. We begin with the self because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact? Noema Project 1. Name, Progress Notes. Author, 5358. Trials 1 through 3, version 0.01 successfully deployed, input-output consistent. Trials 3 through 4, insufficient. Trials 5 through 6, version 0.02 testing failed, power grid too unstable. So this is our first bit of hex code, and this time around, I have the advantage of very aggressive fans of this game, much like myself, having translated these for me. So the hex in this one translates to, hear the voice of the bard, who present, past, and future sees, whose ears have heard the holy word that walked among the ancient trees. And schematic 5358.
Thanks, 1K. Let's see what we've got here. The file format is the same one we use in New Jerusalem, although some parts aren't working correctly. And it crashed. Hold on. There we go. Okay. You know what? I'll hack together a solution for the transport system.
Return to the station.
Am I in sleep mode, or did that thing just materialize out of thin air?
Melville, I want an analysis of that particle cloud.
On it. Anyone got a butterfly net?
I would run over there, but I can just tell you, you can't actually get to that thing, unfortunately. JR, I haven't had a chance to read it yet. I definitely intend to. I got busy with work and being in a depression hole the last couple months, to be honest. Board the capsule. But now that I'm in a better mood, all around, it's on my short list of things to do over the next week or two.
Go ahead and try the capsule, 1K.
I'm connecting the transport system to our interface. Hold on.
Alright, Lone Wonder. Much appreciated. Your presence here is always a pleasure. Grasslands Ring, East 1. An artificial ring-like structure on the wide lowlands east of our base camp. Travel to East 1.
Where is the capsule taking 1K?
To that enclosed area in the eastern lowlands. I put all the information we have on the map screen. Check out your interface.
Thanks. Sorry, my bad.
We'll catch up with you soon, 1K.
Still mind-blowing. Look at that tower. Explore the area.
This place is magnificent. Look at that tower. I wonder what it's for.
And so it begins. RGB shifting.
Is that a puzzle?
Why would there be a puzzle?
Let's solve it and find out. 1K, go ahead.
I have a reoccurring nightmare just like this.
Prometheus terminal. You have no tokens. You are not alone in your quest for the light. Find one of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in this labyrinth.
Looks like Prometheus has given us a way to circumvent some of these puzzles.
So each puzzle has a backdoor. I guess the mythological Prometheus was kind of a trickster, so that tracks.
Alright, here we go.
That device was not in the simulation.
Convert two colors into a third. So to get red, we need blue and green. Oh, I love the music so much! I keep just sitting around reveling in it. Red and green and blue. After the soundtrack to the game finally dropped, like every minute I'm working, I have it playing in the background. It's just incredible work. And then red and blue make green. My two boxes, I can weight the pressure plates. And boom.
Whoa, I'm reading an enormous energy spike.
It's another particle cloud. It's headed for the lake.
Boom.
I think the cloud's been absorbed by some sort of device.
Fascinating. Melville?
Yeah. I'll add it to the pile of weird stuff.
If we look at one of these now, this fire has already been freed. Seek the light elsewhere. But you'll notice that if you want to try a puzzle again, especially because there are a few that have like challenge achievements tied to them, you can use the Prometheus puzzle to restart, or the Prometheus terminal to restart any puzzle you've solved. Reconnection. So I need to add a green to this. Or to get a green, I just need a red and a blue. Nailed it. New social media. What's 1K like? Alright, this is one that I have to pay some attention to in order... Well, it's just... If I want to be able to get all 3 mayoral achievements in a single playthrough, this is one of the ones where I need to pick a specific answer to make that work. Lidostros 427. Hey, I'm curious. Has anyone... Has anyone actually met 1K? Zagaran. By the Founder's pistons, I hope he's interested in mechanical engineering or something. We desperately need more people to keep the city functional, so we don't have to rely on Melville to repair the stuff that Pellegrino fixes. Hey, Pellegrino 800. Zagaran, remember when you fixed the door to the mayor's office? How long was Herman stuck in there? Pellegrino, you trap one mayor in his office for a week and you're marked for life. Rodamni 727. I hope he's an artist. What we really need is new stories, new ideas to lift our spirits. Arinya, you know, if we just kept growing, we wouldn't have to worry about this, and we wouldn't have to imprison poor 1K in a cage of expectations. Thekla, 1K will be whatever the progenitor intended him to be, and whatever the founder foresaw when she established the goal. Neith, 33. He's polite and really interested in history, which is an excellent start. I'm not going to name names, but some of you were a lot less impressive. I don't know who I want to be, still deciding. I want to explore. I'm sure the Founder's intent will reveal itself in time. I don't see a contradiction between engineering and art. I will find my own path. I don't know who I want to be, still deciding. That's perfectly fine, 1K. We all take some time to find our place. I didn't mean to put you under pressure, I'm just curious. Libestros, Zagaran, but do consider engineering. Yakut, 764, dude. Zagaran, what? I love that Yakut's profile picture, he has his cat with him. It's just one of the many charming little details. Solve puzzles.
I've been playing around with this
2 of
machine
8.
that absorbs the particle clouds. As far as I can tell, it uses the energy of the particles to build giant tetrominos?
Excuse me?
It's another puzzle. Collect enough energy, build a bridge, access the tower. I think.
What is this, a theme park?
Maybe it's an experiment. A rat maze.
It seems like an echo of the simulation. Not a deliberate recreation, but built around the same core principles. Let's not jump to conclusions, though. What's clear is that this place was meant to be explored. So let's do that.
Research. Yakut Bridge Ring. A device that builds a tetromino bridge. Not sure what to call this. Bridge ring? Bridge machine? Anyway, it's a device that takes particle clouds released by the puzzles and turns them into bridges made out of tetrominos. Correctly assembling a bridge out of 8 particle clouds is required to reach the tower, so clearly another layer of puzzles. The simulation had tetromino puzzles too, although in a different form. Could their presence here be symbolic? I don't have a clue. And now we can finally talk to our teammates.
Hey, Wesley, how can I help you?
Start with Yakut. Tell me about yourself.
I don't know if there's much to tell. I'm not that interesting. I'm just a member of the scavenging team. Well, senior member. Lead scavenger, I guess. There's not that many of us left, to be honest, and Garrus doesn't get along with the mayor. What else? I have a cat named Bruce. I like old music. I have a collection of antique bottles. I think that's it.
That's actually pretty interesting, dude. Why did you become a scavenger?
I've always loved exploration. Seeing new places, that feeling that you're the first person to set foot somewhere after all this time. But you know, it's not even that. It's just seeing new things. The world is full of remarkable sights, and experiencing them changes you. It's not the same as just reading about it.
I agree completely. I think true change only comes through introspection. I agree. Discovering the world enriches our lives.
Exactly. Every time I go on another mission, I find something that surprises me, that extends my horizons in ways I couldn't have anticipated. The world is so much bigger than we are. It contains things that we can't even imagine. And if we limit ourselves to our own minds, we'll never grow.
Tell me about Bruce.
He's 5 years old, half goofball, half psychopath, loves sticking his head into things, chews cables, pees on electrical stuff. Melville banned him from her workshop, but he loves visiting her. and peeing on her equipment.
Why do you collect bottles?
I just find it fascinating that these fragile objects have survived for so long. Plus, they're kind of pretty.
Do you want to solve some of these puzzles?
Oh no, please. No puzzles. I am so bad at puzzles. I barely got out of the booting process. Elohim thought I might be defective.
What's the farthest you've ever been from New Jerusalem?
It might be this. Although
Sorry.
there was an expedition to a superconductor storage facility up north, incredibly well preserved, but the logistics were an absolute nightmare. Now that I think about it, there might be some of that in you.
I think it's time for another cough drop. Have you ever seen anything like the megastructure in your travels?
Our ancestors built some pretty amazing things. Huge cities, factories, mines, monuments to their history, but nothing quite like this, no.
That's all. For now. Alright. Let's roll. Puzzle 3's over there. I'll go ahead and do puzzle 3. There's another path that'll lead us to all the stuff that's over there. Here, though, is our first Prometheus Spark. An achievement. The Spark. Find one Prometheus Spark. So now that we have one, it's probably the last time I'll ever actually interact with one. Well, now let's go ahead and use it. Because you can retrieve them if you then solve the puzzle properly. You have tokens. Not every trial must be overcome as its creator intended. Sacrifice one of my sparks and I will free the fire hidden in this labyrinth. Byron, Prometheus Spark. Prometheus seems to want to help us succeed one way or another. The mythological Prometheus was a trickster, and it seems his holographic equivalent has similar tendencies. These sparks seem designed to allow us to skip puzzles, a function which appears to run counter to whatever intent there is behind this place. Still, the terminals for using them are right there in the puzzles, so Prometheus must have some legitimate authority in all this. Sparks can be recovered by properly solving the puzzles. Which is what we'll do. What's this one called? Castling.
Keep solving these, 1K. Let's see where it leads.
Green and red make blue. Alcatraz. Puzzles. Notes on the puzzles present on the island. It seems that each of the structures on the island, with the exception of the megastructure itself, is surrounded by a cluster of puzzles resembling those found in the simulation and in our booting sequence. Completing a puzzle releases a particle cloud, which then autonomously flies into the device that assembles tetrominos. The puzzles even come with titles, hijacking the vestigial code designed to display puzzle names in the simulation. It's unclear whether this represents a potential security issue, but the matter should be given consideration.
I ran the samples I collected so far. The solar sample results are in line with what would be expected in this type of environment. The samples from the above-ground structures, though, I tried dating them, but the results just don't make sense. None of the typical molecular markers are present. These walls could have been made 10,000 years ago or yesterday. I could try to estimate an age based on erosion and plant growth, but I'm not sure that would make sense given how weird everything else is.
Good work, Yakut. Keep at it.
Alright, so ultimately I need a blue and a green. Can't get it through here because the red laser's in the way. So here I can make a blue. And now I have a blue and a green I can actually use to open the red. Solved. Get my Prometheus spark back. Alright, a terminal! And an achievement. The Word Endures. Explore content on a lost terminal. 10 of 59. Founding 1. Name, Hypatia's Journal Number 1. Author, Hypatia. Location, Valaext 2. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem. Day 1. We finally set out from the dam today. The site that Athena and Cornelius picked for the city isn't far, but the vegetation makes the going difficult. We found the secondary supply site easily enough, thanks to Alexandra Drennan's instructions. But while I still have to compile a detailed inventory, it seems that many of the more complex materials are in bad shape. They must have expected the simulation to fulfill its purpose a lot sooner, but then they probably expected all 12 of us to be there from day 1, not just Athena. Tonight we have to use the 2 recharging pods that we brought from the dam in 4-hour shifts, which is just as well. There's no telling what sort of critters are hiding in the undergrowth, and most of them will have to learn that our kind isn't edible. Baby Steps. Name, Baby Steps. Author, Valerie Contera Romero. Baby Steps. From the introduction to Are We There Yet? Where we came from, where we're going, and why you'll need snacks. By Valerie Contera Romero. Sometimes people point at the last few hundred or thousand years of human history and say, look at how ugly it all is. Look at what a mess we've made. Maybe modernity was a bad idea. Maybe we should stick to living like cavemen. And I get it, it is ugly and messy. But the mistake is thinking that where we are right now is the end point. That this is the adulthood of the human species. I mean, try to apply what you know about human development to human history. Think about babies. Babies are ugly. Admit it, we all know it. They look like tiny old people covered in mucus. They have soft heads. And then they grow into children, tiny sociopaths with underdeveloped brains. And then they become teenagers, pimply, self-righteous lunatics driven by hormones. And then slowly, if you're lucky, they gradually become adults. The development of the human individual is always ugly and messy, but that's the point. It's development towards something. The same applies to humanity as a whole. On a geological scale, we've barely just come into existence. We've gotten through the baby phase, just about survived our childhood, but we're barely teenagers. Stopping here would be disastrous, and a betrayal of everything that we could still become. We may feel the weight of history on our shoulders, but this is just the prologue. To put it in pop culture terms, we haven't even made it out of the tutorial yet. Just because it's all pimples and hormones and frustration right now, doesn't mean it's never going to change. Dead City. Name, The Dead City. Author, Elwyn. From Considerations of Beginnings and Endings by Elwyn 258. I think all that time Athena spent in the Dead City changed her. I don't think she had conceived of the goal before. I think she believed fully in the naively optimistic ideas of Alexandra Drennan. But walking through those ruins is a visceral experience, and she spent a great deal of time there looking for resources. It's the sheer amount of death that gets to me. How many animals our ancestors killed, many to the point of extinction. Entire species eradicated, sometimes for the most superficial reasons. Whenever humans arrived somewhere, death would follow. And then the great blowback, the deaths of billions of thinking beings, the extinction of humanity itself. It's too horrific to truly imagine, but I suspect the founder spent a great deal of time doing just that. That's when she must have realized that there was no way back to the growth-obsessed, all-consuming civilization of the past. I'll take these detours before I do puzzle 4. Stratton, my man! There's one of these in every map.
Whether it is true that Daedalus constructed the giant Talos, or as others say he was the creation of Hephaestus, what we may be certain of is that he was made of bronze, and had but one vein, within which flowed a liquid substance like blood, which some claim was quicksilver, and others assert was ichor, such as flows in the veins of the gods. The loss of that liquid caused him to die, as a man dies when he loses his blood. May we not then say that Talos, though created as a machine or a toy, had all the essential properties of a man? He moved of his own volition. He spoke and could be spoken to, had wishes and desires. Indeed, in the tale of the Argonauts, that was the cause of his downfall. If then a machine may have all the properties of a man, and act as a man while driven only by the ingenious plan of its construction and the interaction of its materials according to the principles of nature, then does it not follow that man may also be seen as a machine? This contradicts all the schools of metaphysics. Yet even the most faithful philosopher cannot live without his blood.
Alright, let's chat with Alcatraz.
What can I do for you, 1K?
Tell me about yourself.
Me? Well, I was born when New Jerusalem was a lot smaller than it is now. And there was a lot of work to do. I wasn't really interested in technical stuff, engineering and so on, but I was good at keeping things organized. So I got involved with the administration side of things. Making sure the scavenging teams focused on the right materials, keeping track of our energy usage, that sort of thing. I think we've accomplished what the founder wanted us to, and I'm proud that I helped make that happen. Byron doesn't see it that way, obviously, but I think sometimes he gets so lost in his dreams that he forgets to look at the real world.
Do you consider Byron a friend?
Of course. My best friend, in fact. And someone I've worked with hundreds of times over the centuries. A good person who cares about the world and the people in it. I just also think he's wrong about everything and extremely annoying.
I think he likes annoying you. I'm not sure I could be friends with someone I disagreed with so much. I like that you can disagree and still be friends. I think he likes annoying you.
Oh, he does. He absolutely does.
What do you think about the megastructure?
I don't know. It's obviously impressive, but I think we should be very careful. We're dealing with powers we don't really understand.
What do you think about that lab I found?
I think the only reason to build a lab in so remote a location is because you're trying to hide what you're doing. Or because what you're doing is dangerous.
What does the goal mean to you?
To me, it means accepting a certain amount of humility. Our ancestors thought they could master the world with no regard for any other organisms. They failed to see themselves as part of a greater whole. I think the founder realized where they went wrong and tried to offer us a different path. A path where we have a place in this world, but the world is not ours.
What could these puzzles mean?
Well, puzzles, or trials, as Elohim calls them, were used as part of the process that created the founder. And they're still part of how we're born. They symbolize the human ability to understand the world and solve problems. But nowadays, they don't have a practical application. They are a common motif in the arts, though. The only physically existing puzzles I can think of are in the Museum of the Simulation. So, to answer your question, no idea.
Fair enough. That's all.
This is very similar to the structure where you found the schematics.
Check out the terminals. Maybe there's something that'll help us understand who built this place. They have to have left something behind.
Oh, we making holes in the wall. 4.2 kiloyear event. Name: the 4.2 kiloyear aridification event. Author: B.T. Odiambo. Location: VALA-1. From B.T. Odiambo's Anthropocene Dilemmas. The Akkadian Empire, forged in violence by Sargon the Great and his sons, reigned supreme over the city-states of Old Sumer. Enriched by trade with distant lands, fed by the plentiful wheat fields of Mesopotamia, the empire bestrode the world with confidence and pride. Who could oppose the chosen of Anu and Enlil, the masters of the four corners of the world? Then the weather changed. The crops stopped growing. Trade collapsed. The empire fell, its capital forgotten. The most likely culprit at the time of writing is the 4.2 kiloyear aridification event, the beginning of the Megalaean Age, a non-anthropogenic drought that may have lasted almost 2 centuries, causing many of the earliest civilizations around the planet to collapse. This is where our ordinary understanding of time, measured on the small scales of human history, collides with the reality of deep time and our existence within a much bigger picture. We live on a changing planet in a changing universe. Climatic optimums are temporary. Extinction is the norm. The Akkadians, like the more egalitarian inhabitants of the Indus Valley civilization, could not understand why the rivers dried out and the rains stopped coming. Even if they could, they lacked the tools to do something about it. A few short millennia later, we are on the brink of having that understanding and those tools. What can we learn from the tragedies of the past? Error 5358. One such drought, completely naturogenic, would be enough to wipe out New Jerusalem for good. And the hex says, "The dam will not break, the flood will not come." Which is something Elohim said in the first game. First companions. Name the first companions. Author: error. From: when the founder awoke, leaving the garden behind forever, there were 2 more whose bodies had been anointed by the progenitor. The gold disc breathed life into them, and their names were Eustathius and Cornelius. The founder showed them all she had discovered. Together they explored the dead city and saw the ruin to which humankind had fallen. It was then that the founder understood that the sins of the past must not be repeated, and that only through humility could the future be saved. Aside from Cornelius and Eustathius, there were 10 whose bodies the progenitor had not anointed in due time. Now it was upon the founder to complete this work and begin the resurrection. In this matter Cornelius proved of great assistance. After many tribulations the 10 were brought to life, and these 12 that were born after the founder are called the first companions. And these are their names: Eustathius 2, Cornelius 3, Aurora 4, Sun 5, Sarabai 6, Byron 7, Melampus 8, Yemo 9, Hypatia 10, Neve 11, Benaroya 12, and Lithrasir 13. It's funny how you can take something that's 90% true and 10% false and create something that's 100% misleading. Failed to load profile, failed to load comment. This hex translates to: I have done nothing but in care of thee. Noema Project 2. Name, progress notes, author error. Trials 7 through 21. Base camp established. Version 0.02 successfully deployed. Tested core functionality. So far so good. Trials 22 through 107. Version 0.03 successfully deployed. Simple synthesis. Better cooling systems necessary. Trial 108. Version 0.04 failed. Unknown error in calculations. Karis, hi! Happy New Year, friend. Good to see you. Now this hex translates to... when to the heart of man was it ever less than a treason to go with the drift of things, to yield with a grace to reason, and bow and accept the end of a love or a season. Never even heard of that game, Karis. It's good. More to do over here before we get back to puzzles.
Interesting monument. Decorative for another puzzle.
Find my sprite and follow it until it leads you back to me. Now there's a chance at finding our first ancient artifact back here. We'll see if it spawns there for me this run. It did. Achievement unlocked. Discovery. Find an ancient human artifact. 11 of 59. Tricycle. A very small vehicle with 3 wheels. A strange bicycle with 3 wheels, perhaps intended for children or pets. You know what that reminds me of, Karis? You know a movie into a video game that is hella underrated to this day, as far as I'm concerned, was the Return of the King game on the original Xbox. Did anyone else play that? It was shockingly good, considering how shitty most licensed games were back then. Elevation.
It's strange that some of these puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Like it's all unfinished.
Or still evolving.
Yakut, lost puzzles. Some puzzles seem disconnected from the rest. Some of the puzzles seem to be disconnected from the rest. They're still functional and can be used to power the bridge device, which means it should be possible to reach the tower without solving every main puzzle. But they don't seem to be properly integrated. Could they be remnants from a previous iteration of the design? Alright, this one's just a connector. Open the blue. Fetch the box. Now this lets me create a blue out here, which renders the connector redundant. Now the box is also redundant, so I use the box as a weight. Connect the blue, and boom, solved.
Ah, clever.
Thanks, Melville. I love the praise squad you have in this game that tell you you're smart when you solve a puzzle. Private message. Oh wait, research. Byron, tower. What an incredible structure. There's an ambition expressed by this building, a sense of purpose that I find really admirable. It's big, but it's also intricate, detailed. That feels like a statement. We should explore this building as soon as possible. Doge! Permission to share your personal data. "1K, we met in New Jerusalem, if you remember. I spoke to my friends. This whole mysterious island expedition thing has the city a bit on edge. They have some questions for you before I make any introductions. Do you consent to my gathering and sharing your personal data? I consent. I do not consent. Wait, what am I signing up to? Look, my friends just want some assurance that you're the right kind of person. If you want to know what's really going on, you'll have to play along. You can back out at any time, but if you don't engage with the process, then, well, you won't get to engage with the process. At all. It's up to you. I consent. What if I consent? What if by consenting I miss out on something else? Please don't contact me again." I'll give you some advice, newbie. When your choices matter in this world, you'll know about it. It's somehow built in. When you face a dilemma and both options look good, then for sure you'll miss out something. But trust your gut and you can't go wrong. This, right now, is not one of those dilemmas. You should come along for this ride. That's my advice. I consent. Good choice. There's 6 questions, standard vetting procedure. We'll get the best results if you answer in whatever way is most true to you. Question 1. Which is more important for making good decisions? Compassion or knowledge? Compassion? Knowledge? I don't know. I reject the terms of the question. I know it's difficult to translate our infinite reality into binary language. Nonetheless, I suggest if you have any natural inclination towards either idea, you answer that way, even if it's not strictly correct. But if you insist, I'll communicate your apathy to my companions. Compassion. Thank you. Question 2. Is it ever okay to lie or misdirect in order to keep a secret? Yes, lying can be okay. No, lying is never okay. I reject the terms of the question, I don't know. Yes, lying can be okay. Very, very, very few, if any, absolute rules exist. I see. My friends will be most interested in this particular answer. Question 3. When people do wrong, do they deserve to be punished for it beyond what is necessary for our own protection? Yes, bad behavior deserves to be punished. No, no one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. I just don't know. I dislike the question. No, no one deserves to suffer unnecessarily. Phew, that one's controversial. I'm glad it's not me that has to answer these. Question 4. Now it gets metaphysical. In your opinion, can the world be reduced to mechanical parts, or is existence just weirder than we'll ever really know? The universe is reducible to universal basic laws. The universe is weird, we'll never fully understand it. It's both, it's neither. Well, I'm glad you understood that question, because it's all Greek to me. Question 5. Can things really change for the better, for good? Or do good times and bad just come around in cycles? Eventually, change for the better is always followed by change for the worse. Human progress shows things can get better and stay that way. It's a false dilemma, I really can't say. Progress is real. Got it. I don't know if that one was metaphysics or politics, but good on you for giving it a shot. Final question. Which is more important to the success of civilization? To respect the lessons of our past, or to rewrite the rules for our future? We should not let our future be defined by our past. We should not disregard the wisdom which brought us here. It depends, I don't know. Thank you. We're all done here. Oh, hold on, I've got a last-minute addition. Ugh, it's a weird one. I know who this one came from. Alright, question 7. Can praying for something make it more likely to come true? Yes, prayer can make things come true. No, prayer has no effect on the world. I haven't got an answer. This question is too vague. Now, there's a wrinkle in my thinking on this one. I believe prayer itself, they've run scientific study after scientific study. Prayer itself has no material effect on the world. But if you're invested enough in something to pray for it, it follows that you're probably also more likely to actually do work and make decisions that will bring that thing to pass. I'm going to answer no, because the question is whether or not prayer... I interpret the question as whether or not prayer itself does anything, and we've studied that. The answer is a flat no. It's essentially been proven. Okay, noted. I think that's everything I need. I'll forward your answers to my friends, and let you know if any of them is interested in taking things further. Alright, puzzle 4. Alternative option. Oh yeah. So the title of the puzzle gives this one away. Just need to pay attention to the alternate fire button, which lets you keep the connections you've already set. And then you launch it into the air and the puzzle's solved. Incoming group call.
I have good news and I have bad news. Still no idea what those particle clouds are, but I've managed to fix the transport system. I fixed another bit of it. Well, it goes to one more station now. Don't complain. 2 stations are better than none.
Wonder what's waiting for us there. What was the problem? An impressive success rate.
If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was sabotage. The whole system is a mess.
Let's not make any assumptions. Yakut, what does the next site look like?
It's a plateau in the mountains. Seems like more of an open area with scattered structures, less enclosed. Couldn't tell much from the drone feed. There's a lot of trees. Looks pretty, though.
Okay. Keep exploring, everyone, but stay alert.
Another set of golden gates. These must be connected to the ones near the megastructure.
There was a harder set of puzzles in the simulation, right? And maybe they're like that. I know 1K is probably like, yay, harder puzzles. To me, that sounds like error code 704. No thanks.
You got me, Yakut. That's exactly what I sound like, too. Yay, harder puzzles! Yakut, gold puzzles. A set... sorry. A set of strange locked puzzles. Looks like there's an additional set of puzzles protected by golden gates that can't be accessed yet. Assuming there is some kind of logical pattern to all this, those gates will probably open up once the correct conditions are met. Does that mean solving all the other puzzles, or maybe something else as well? Hard to know at this point, so perhaps something we should prioritize much later. Let's do the terminal first, then the puzzle. Trevor! Name, The Life of Trevor, author 5358. Trevor Percival Donovan, known to his friends simply as Trev and never as Percy, was part of the Extended Lifespan project that formed the backbone of the simulation in the archive. He helped put together the hardware that made all of this possible. Like Alexandra Drennan, he left behind a series of messages to the future. But unlike Alexandra Drennan or Arkady Chernyshevsky, he was forgotten. Not one building or street in New Jerusalem is named after him. I dug up his files from the archive, and I've been thinking about them a lot. Trevor 1.
So I heard that Alexandra is recording these time capsules for you out there, I guess? Robot people of the future, hi. And I thought to myself, surely they'll want to hear more than the wisdom and insight of a brilliant scientist like Alexandra Drennan. Surely they also want to know what I was thinking, a dumbass hardware engineer from Staten Island.
You bet your ass I do.
Tell us about your insights, Trevor. Why did you spend your last months on Earth helping a crazy old Russian guy build the world's biggest backup drive? Well, let me tell you my story. When I was... Yes, Frank. I'm recording right now. Uh-huh. No. You know what? Why don't you go...
Ah, how very human. Alright, puzzle 5. Through the door. Child's play. Byron! Oh, hold on. Something else first. City news. Crier. The long-awaited birth of our 1000th and final citizen was interrupted today by an unknown projection in the skies. The projection, which identified itself as Prometheus, goaded New Jerusalem inhabitants in indecipherable incantations. In an interview with 1K 1000, he suggested that the projection could be the work of someone outside New Jerusalem. This assessment appears to be correct, as the source of the projection was tracked to a remote, mysterious island. A team led by Byron, 7, is now en route to find out more. Mayor Hermanubis, 452, has once again called for calm, and promises that New Jerusalem will be safe so long as its citizens do not forget the ideals of the goal as set forth by the founder. Now let's chat with Byron, before he gets away from me.
Tell me, what did you make of New Jerusalem?
It's bigger than I thought it would be. It's lovely. It feels like a museum. It's beautiful, but decaying. It's falling apart, man. It's fantastic. Self-contained, self-sufficient. Everything is so harmonious. Feels like a museum.
That's what happens when all you can think about is the past. We had such ambitions in the beginning, but now it's all turned inwards. We've lost faith in ourselves, in our humanity. All we need to do now is finish that dome and we'll be trapped in our perfectly neat little tomb.
I wanted to ask you a question.
Of course, ask away.
Tell me about yourself.
I'm someone who was born a long time ago, when we couldn't afford to romanticize the past and demonize progress, when the value of human civilization was evident because it was so close to being gone. I'm someone who believes that human beings are important. Terribly, desperately important, because intelligent life is rare and precious. I suppose you could say I'm old-fashioned.
What's the role of puzzles in our culture?
When Alexandra Drennan was trying to find a way of creating true AI, she stumbled upon the idea that curiosity and playfulness are core characteristics of intelligence. So she built the simulation around a game, because playing is part of what makes us human. We also retain some of that code, as I'm sure you noticed when you were booting up. Because of that, puzzles have always been important to our culture. To me, they represent the idea that the application of reason can lead us forward. None of which explains why these puzzles are here, or who built them, but I think it shows that there must be some kind of intent behind them. Perhaps a test.
What do you think about the megastructure?
It's a mystery. Not just because it's technologically far ahead of us, but because we genuinely don't understand its purpose. And I think that's wonderful. It's just what we needed as a civilization.
You and Alcatraz seem to have an odd friendship.
Because we disagree on just about everything, you mean? Well, here's the secret. Al is honest. He believes what he believes because it seems right to him, not because it gives him power over others. I respect that. In fact, I prefer that to someone who agrees with me just because I'm one of the first companions.
That's all. A slight detour before we do puzzle 6. Oops. Unless I fall, and then we'll have to loop back. One of the spawn points for another of the ancient artifacts is over here. And I think I see it. We got it here. Good. Unknown machine. An ancient mechanism of unknown functionality. It's impossible to reconstruct the purpose of this device. I still don't know what that device actually is. Yeah. Why is it anchored to the ground like that? And then before puzzle 6, if we wander off behind it, the second spark for this area is right down here. Boom. God, the soundtrack is so good! Alternatives. So I need a green. And I can go blue and green to get a red. I can go green and red to get a blue. I want to put it over here. Nope, screwed that up. Hold on. Let's go green and red to get a blue. Then I can reach the green and blue to get the final red. Like a boss. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks, Garrus. Uh-oh.
Melville, what did you just upload?
A photo?
I mean, technically you're right, but...
Is that? I can't tell what that is.
How did you even manage? You're literally taking a picture with your eyes, Melville. I don't even know how to make my eyes go out of focus.
Clearly you've never listened to one of Herman's speeches.
Some of us are busy doing actual science, not just sightseeing. Thank you.
Melville, interesting. Uploaded for reference. Uploaded for personal reference. Yeah, I genuinely can't even tell where she's standing or what she's got her hands on. Nice. Onward. Puzzle 7. Self-sufficiency. Retrieve the connector. Retrieve the fan. Retrieve the converter. free this fan, or free the fan there while also powering the far thing. Plug the fan in. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Enter the tower.
The bridge ring seems to be fully charged now. Try accessing the tower, 1K.
Hold your damn horses. We're completionists here. Here's the second lost puzzle. Interconnectivity. Green to free the other two connectors. Place this over here so it's ready. Blue and red make green. Yahoo!
There's another one of those monuments.
Actually, if I can, I want to try and follow that particle cloud. I may not be able to catch up to it, but I want to show you where it actually goes in real time, as it were. I don't think I'm going to be able to do it, though. Not in real time anyway, but... So the first 8, whatever order you solve them in, between the 8 mains and 2 lost puzzles, go to the bridge ring, as was discussed earlier. And then when you solve the extra 2... And if we followed it in real time, we would have seen it go here, but... They fly to the Golden Gates. See, the first sign that we're actually making progress in getting this open. Like Yakut said, prioritize it much later. If you count these, there are 24 of them. If you look at the map, see there are 12 areas. So, it's not going to open, at minimum, until we solve every puzzle in all 12 areas. So Yakut's right, we really don't need to worry about it until much later. Now, if you're being cheeky, it's pretty easy to jailbreak your way into several of them in advance. And if you do it, you can go ahead and solve them, but we're not going to do that. We're going to play the game as intended. Melville!
Yes?
Last one we haven't spoken to. Tell me about yourself.
Founders, Pistons. You want my autobiography now? Fine. I'm one of New Jerusalem's chief engineers. I'm in charge of city maintenance and power management. I'm old as dirt, although not quite as old as that fossil Byron. In short, old, grumpy, keep stuff running.
Do you have any hobbies?
Hobbies? You think I have time for hobbies? That's cute. If I had time for hobbies, all of you would be dead.
Makes sense. Really? Nothing?
What do you want me to say? I like bubble baths, candy, and the concept of Tuesdays. Cities don't maintain themselves. If you don't put real effort into keeping stuff running, it all falls apart in just a few decades.
That's undeniably true.
Civilization is always on the brink of collapse unless we do something about it. And I do.
I hear you're a big fan of Yakut's cat.
Listen, one day that furry little demon is going to pee on the wrong cable and all of New Jerusalem will just turn off. Forget about the megastructure. He's the biggest threat to our security.
What's your evaluation of the megastructure?
It's big. It's too big. And it's got a lot of energy running through it. Frankly, I think we should be pooping our robot pants. See, that's what I mean about the language libraries. Pooping our pants. Really?
Any progress on the particle clouds?
Yes, but I'm not liking the results.
What are the results?
Confusing, irritating, infuriating. Take your pick.
Did you have a look at one of those labs?
I did. It's interesting. The tech is a bit older, but it's been heavily modified to be more efficient. And it's not the kind of hack job you'd expect either. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. We could probably learn something from them.
I see. Where could all this tech have come from?
I guess it could be discarded New Jerusalem tech. The mayor made us throw away a bunch of stuff that was perfectly fine, if you ask me. But I'm not sure. I'll check to see if I can find any serial numbers, and I'll get back to you.
That's all. Achievement unlocked. Team Spirit. Talk to each member of your team. 12 of 59. I'll do puzzle 8 in a minute, and I want to grab the last terminal first. Oh, I can't make that jump. There we go. L1C, Lithrasir. Name, Lithrasir. Author error. From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph, 777. Lithrasir is perhaps the most mysterious of the First Companions. A wanderer and mystic by nature, he would venture far from New Jerusalem on his own, recording his thoughts as he explored harsh and distant lands. These recordings garnered him a group of devoted followers to whom he tried to impart his wisdom, 5358. In the troubled time following the founder's disappearance, Lithrasir and his disciples set out on a journey to reach the opposite end of the world by foot. They have not been heard from since. Lithrasir 1.
There is a pleasure in arriving on this island. The pleasure of being the first to step foot here in hundreds of years. It is a genuine pleasure, and yet it is also banal. My presence here is of no more significance than that of every other animal. These rocks do not care who walks here, and the millennia between the presence of our ancestors and my brief journey are nothing to them. But even putting it this way is wrong. It is not that the rocks do not care. It is that in some sense they do not exist. I may stand in awe of the cliffs on the southern coast, but the cliffs cannot look back at me with contempt. They cannot do anything at all.
So we're going to solve this Pandora Shrine simultaneously with Puzzle 8. You can see the green receiver up there, so we have to connect a green laser to it. Lithrasir? Guta 972. So 1K found a recording of Lithrasir, and what an odd recording too. I know he's one of the first companions, but I don't actually know that much else about him. Don't think I've ever seen him around either. Can someone explain? Neve 11. Lithrasir always had an unusual perspective, even in the very beginning. He traveled a lot, sometimes leaving for years. He built a kind of mobile recharging station so he didn't need to come back to the city as often. Although it was quite risky, as the solar panels had a tendency to break rather quickly. but he had no problem taking risks if he felt they were necessary, and exploration was necessary to him. Lifthisir would record his thoughts as he explored and then publish them when he returned. Over the centuries, he accumulated a group of admirers, or disciples if you prefer. In the period of crisis surrounding Athena's disappearance, they left the city, headed into the unknown, and we haven't heard from them since. Is the recording I found one of those he published back in the day? No, not as far as I can tell. Perhaps it's something he decided to shelve, or something he only shared with close friends like Athena. Gouda, thank you, that was informative. So as I was saying, this is one of the easier ones. We can solve it just using a laser in Puzzle 8, which means we can solve them concurrently. Which is what we're going to do. Entanglement. Phase 1, get in here, get the converter. Phase 2, get a red laser. Connect blue and red to green to free a box. So we can use the box to peek over the wall and target the Pandora receiver. We need to hit that target as well. We need to target the blue source, and we can go ahead and target the connector as well. Pop that here. We can go ahead and elevate it. Well, we can go ahead and flip the elevation switch, I should say. Oh, I made a mistake. We need to target the red source as well. I can use that to get it in the air. Or so I thought. Did I turn off the switch? Ah, dumb. I thought I was turning it on, my bad. Just like that, it's beautifully self-sustaining. We've solved the Pandora Shrine, so I'll go ahead and do that first. Our first star!
When the first man picked up the first stone, he did not do so to forge a tool. He did so to smite his brother.
1K, stars, another mystery to solve. I've discovered what seems like another mystery to solve. Stars, clearly inspired by the simulation, which are gained by solving puzzles related to these monuments to Pandora, Prometheus, and the Sphinx. Perhaps these stars are somehow related to what Yakut dubbed the Astronomical Temple. And there's the All-Gifted, solve 1 Pandora Monument, 13 of 59.
I think that was more like a recording. The entity didn't appear, and the system didn't react either.
Stars. Another reflection of the simulation.
And from here, we can just route the green laser to the solution. Boom!
Odd. 1K solved all the puzzles in this area, but nothing happened. There was a brief blip in the system, though. Maybe it'll do something later. There has to be some sort of point.
Now, I want to go ahead and get the extra Prometheus Shrine achievement. So I'm going to construct the bridge in advance, and then we'll go do that shrine, and then we'll enter the tower.
I don't know if
if this is relevant, but St. Edwald believed that Tetramenos represented the name of God and God's ability to reshape the world.
We actually only need to do the first segment.
But he was also mad as a hatter.
One man's madness is another man's genius.
Another achievement. Bridge Builder. Build one bridge. 14 of 59. So with that, we can do the entire Prometheus course uninterrupted. And that should actually get us 2 achievements when I do it. I like this jam. Chasing the light. Activate a Prometheus monument without stopping the spark chasing music. That's 15 of 59. And then immediately...
Not all things must be balanced. When good is weighed against evil, tip the scale.
And the Thief of Fire, solve 1 Prometheus monument, 16 of 59. And now we can finish the bridge, enter the tower, and we will be done with this zone.
I was terrible at the Tetromino arrangers.
Those are actually the only ones I was good at. What? I'm just saying.
That's actually a funny bit of foreshadowing for the one puzzle Yakut solves about 3/4 of the way through the game.
Is that some kind of anti-gravity?
I'm not sure. Could be, I guess.
Launch! Well, hello.
In the beginning, the gods shaped humankind out of the clay of the earth and gave them life with their own breath.
But who is closer to perfection? The creator or the created?
What the hell are you talking about, lady? The creators, because they came from nature. The created, because they came from art, not chaos. Neither, they cannot be compared. Neither, because perfection is impossible. They are the same, for they share the same breath. I like that one.
Different words may be spoken with the same breath. When Prometheus saw that humankind was more alike in nature to the gods than to the animals, he stole the secret of fire from Olympus and shared it with the mortals. Was his theft justified?
Yes, because knowledge belongs to all. Yes, because parents should not leave their children helpless. No, fire was not for humankind to have. No, because knowledge must be earned and not given. Zeus did not create fire, it was not his to own in the first place. I like the first one. Yes, because knowledge belongs to all.
Fire may belong to the child, but the child will still burn itself. Angered by the betrayal of Prometheus, Zeus punished humankind by creating Pandora. He gave her a box, and when she opened it, from inside escaped sorrow and suffering. All that remained within was hope. What does this mean?
Hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it. Zeus intended for humankind to have hope. It should have been released. Hope is itself an evil, like sorrow and suffering. We are lucky it did not escape. Zeus intended for humankind not to have hope, so it remains trapped. We suffer, but we do not anticipate it. This is a blessing, as Zeus intended it. Ah, man, fuck Zeus. Ha! Yes, exactly, Karis. Hope may still be found if we are willing to look for it.
Those who seek hope should ask themselves why it was imprisoned with the world's evils. Creature of clay, you stand before the fire. Will it make you whole, or will it destroy you? Consider the shadows cast by the flame, but do not mistake them for truth.
And here's our big-ass homage to The Witness.
Guys, look at my stream. The beam 1K activated is connecting to the pyramid.
That looks like a massive amount of power.
Achievement unlocked. But hold on. Incoming group call.
We need to talk about what just happened. Thoughts?
I'd say there are two distinct issues here. What is the being 1K spoke to, and what is the function of the beam?
Let's start with the Sphinx.
It seems similar to the apparition in New Jerusalem. Presumably the same technology.
What I'd like to know is what we're dealing with, ontologically speaking. Was this a sentient being or some kind of recording?
I think it was sentient. It seemed to react to what I was saying. I'm not sure. The interaction wasn't long enough. I don't think so. I think it's some kind of security system. I think it was sentient.
That doesn't necessarily mean that it's intelligent.
Let's assume for a moment that 1K is right, and it is intelligent in some sense. What really matters here is what it was trying to achieve by asking those questions.
It seems sort of threatening, to be honest. No idea. I think it was just being cryptic to annoy me. I have no idea. It was testing me.
Testing you to what? See if you're worthy?
That's an interesting thought. You solve the puzzles, you get access to the towers, you enable a beam, and if you do it 3 times, you get access to the megastructure.
Maybe, but why?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Don't you like mysteries, Al? Everybody likes a good mystery.
You know what I like? Certainty.
Come on, Al, live a little. We should be careful. We don't know that these apparitions are benign. We're all doomed. Say nothing. Come on, Al, live a little.
That's the spirit. 1K, keep solving puzzles. The rest of you, as you were.
Activate towers, 1 of 3. Grasslands Ring. Activate the tower at the Grasslands Ring, 17 of 59. Ooh, maybe. And we've done everything there is to do here until the gold puzzle unlocks in the endgame. I'm gonna head back to the transit station, and I'm just gonna go grab a water, and I'll be right back. Alright, be right back. Just need to grab a water. Alrighty. East 2 Wooded Plateau. A heavily forested plateau in the mountainous eastern part of the island. Supports a large deer population. Travel east to.
Alright, everybody. I'm sure you're all excited to check out the next site. But while you're there, remember that I'm still trying to fix the rest of the transport system. There's another one of those labs that Wonka found. If there is, look for more documentation, please.
Solve puzzles, 0 of 8. Yakut has new dialogue.
1K, what's up?
What do you think the towers are for?
Maybe they're for powering up the megastructure? Or maybe they just open it, like keys. Why? No idea. But aren't they gorgeous? Just incredible feats of engineering?
They're just big. What a waste of material. I'm not sure how I feel about them. I agree, they're beautiful.
I don't know who built this place, but whoever they were, they must have had a purpose. Making something so beautiful feels like a statement of intent.
That's all. Alright, we'll kick this one off with a puzzle. Quantum tunneling. Creates wormholes in compatible materials. Free both the drillers. I'll move this one closer. Can juggle them through. And use them on pressure plates.
But notice that many of these structures are not strictly functional. There's a sense of aesthetics, of beauty here. This place might be meant to test us.
Ooh,
somehow,
looky there.
Perhaps there's more to it than that.
And there's a deer. And that's for a Pandora shrine. I'm gonna cheat a little and work ahead on the stars, whose solutions I already know, just so we can minimize backtracking. World Spirit. Name, the World Spirit. Author unknown. Location LOSCXT1. What is it that drives historical processes? It's easy to dismiss the idea of the great man, or the great woman for that matter, when clearly so much is determined by resource distribution, pre-existing political structures, and the randomness of the universe itself. But is there no space at all for the individual in all this? Are there not moments when, in Hegelian fashion, an individual may represent the world spirit itself? Was Napoleon history on horseback or not? Or is that itself another form of determinism? 5358. From Augustus to Napoleon, from Lincoln to Lenin, there are individuals whose actions seem to drive, rather than merely be driven by, history. They make bold choices, for good or ill, that transform entire societies. Or do they? We like to blame them for their failures, but are they not ultimately just the expression of a historical moment? 5358. But if they are, where is the space for human agency? It sometimes seems to me that all of human history has been that one struggle to carve out a space for free choice against the tides of history, and heroes and tyrants, pick and choose examples as you will, are both equally a reflection of that. Our greater goal, then, ought to be to extend that freedom to the maximum number of people, to become captains of our own fate as much as that is possible in this universe. Founding 2. Name, Hypatia's Journal number 2, author Hypatia. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 14. Melampus and Yemo went back to the dam to get more charging equipment. They've not returned yet, which means that we're stretched a little thin, since we're still posting guards at all times. But those large herbivores haven't come back yet, and at any rate Eustathius assures us that they're non-aggressive. But it's better not to take any chances, not when there's so few of us and so many of them. Athena and Cornelius and Eustathius spend most of their time drawing up plans and arguing. Excuse me. In a friendly manner, but arguing still. The rest of us are managing to tune them out pretty well. It's like background noise after a while. We have started construction on the first habitat. It's going to be a temporary structure for now, but we'll all be glad to get out of the rain. And this hex translates to... There is still hope even for those who seem lost, son of man. Alright. Trevor 2.
So, what are you doing here, Trevor? Why are you trying to save the world? Well, look, I think humanity is awesome. I love humanity. As a species, we're great. I mean, our track record is pretty mixed, but have you seen everyone else? I mean, what did you do today, animal? Oh, I ate some leaves, sniffed my own butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. Or, you know, I tore this other animal limb from limb, sniffed my friend's butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. They really don't do anything interesting. I mean, you don't see animals directing Big Trouble in Little China. Birds can go tweet, tweet, but it ain't exactly the White Album. I mean, they can't even make a good cheeseburger, for Christ's sakes. They have no art, no cuisine, no pleasure. Animals are nice to look at, but you wouldn't want to be one. Except maybe a cat. I could be a cat.
Let's see what Al has to say.
Everything okay?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
Whatever that being is, it told us that we stand before the fire. That can only be a warning, and I think we should take it seriously. We don't want another New Alexandria.
That's all. Ate some leaves, sniffed my own butt, crapped myself, and went extinct. 2. Like I said, I'm fudging the star a little bit. I don't have the clue yet, but I don't want to have to backtrack either, so... We'll hit the switch on 2. Mutual aid. Jam it from that side, bring the driller through. Oh yeah. Make a hole. jam, but put the jammer close enough that I can fish it through. Jam from this side. Bring the driller. Jam this one. And we need the driller at the end. Solve.
I keep thinking, why puzzles? Is it just their symbolic value because of our history? Because the thing about puzzles is they can be solved. But if this is about testing us, what are we being tested for? It can't just be about spatial reasoning.
Our curiosity? Our persistence?
You're assuming that this place follows a coherent logic. My impression is that it's full of contradictions.
Alright, so note that pre-connection there. As we go into solve puzzle 3. Back up. Always start by freeing all of your pieces. Wait a second. They both have that. Oh, I see it. Sorry. Had a little bit of a brain fart. Which means I can... Yeah, that'll stay open. I can open blue with the driller. And then I've got red, blue, green, and let's not forget to send the green out there as well. That's the first.
Well done, 1K.
That's the first step toward a Pandora Shrine. Doge, connecting you to a friend. I've relayed your responses to my friends, and they have reached certain conclusions regarding your character. Would you like to hear them? Yes, go ahead. Now you're new, so let me fill you in. Your arrival marks the moment of New Jerusalem's maturity, and there are differences of opinion about what it ought to become. Naturally, there are people working quietly behind the scenes in an advisory capacity, trying to guide our city to prosperity. People who know things which would only scare or confuse the average citizen. I have 5 such friends who expressed to me their interest in getting to know you. Who are these people? I can't yet tell you their names, but I can tell you a little about them. The first is an engineer by trade, tends to see the world as a puzzle to be solved. The second is a scholar of some repute, thinks the big questions have answers in our code. The third is, well, it's hard to pin down, a practitioner, let's say, of the esoteric arts. The fourth is a member of the political establishment. And the fifth, well, the less I say about them, the better for everyone. So is there someone you think would make a good match? The engineer, the scholar, the one that's hard to pin down, the establishment figure, the mysterious fifth person. I'd rather hear which is most interested in me. Your answers to my questions and our observations of your behavior elsewhere has given us a massive amount of data. It's clear there's only one person that I should put you in touch with. You've shown a commitment to scientific progress and pursuit of the truth. Your support would mean a great deal to my friend from engineering. She's no kind of expert on the human condition, but she's dedicated to analyzing how the world works and using that knowledge to shape our future for the better. Are you happy for me to put you in touch? Yes, please do. Okay, I'll send an introduction in due course. Achievement unlocked. Not what it seems. Get involved behind the scenes. 18 of 59. And this zone's first spark is right over here. And next, we're brought right to Puzzle 4. We will hit that switch. Placement. Start with a free driller. Get a connector. Pull out the box. Pull out the connector. Target the emitter and the receiver. Launch it into the air. Final step, open the wall. Solved.
You know something that's weird about these puzzles? They're not replicas of the simulation puzzles, like the ones in the museum.
Wasn't there an artist who did an exhibition a few years ago that involved new puzzles of some kind?
That was Barzai. It was called Trials of an Imagined Past. I tried to get you to come along. You thought it would be boring.
Were they similar?
No, not at all.
Was it boring?
I thought it was interesting.
Alright, here's this area's first lost puzzle. Keeping connections. Target the emitter. Keep the connections. Target the receiver. Pop it through and it reaches. And the rest is as simple as this. Solved.
Any progress on the particle clouds, Melville? It's pretty clear they're integral to how all of this functions.
I've gathered a lot of data, but I still have a lot of numbers to crunch before I can give you an answer. And I can't guarantee that my answer won't be another question. I'm glad we don't get headaches.
Do a slight detour up here to check on a possible ancient artifact location. And sure enough, here it is. Tank, a machine of destruction. An armored war machine invented by ancient humans used to kill other humans and destroy infrastructure. Despite their crude appearance, great ingenuity went into the creation of these despicable machines. Grab this terminal while we're up here. Lithosphere 2. This is one of the ones I really like. Hadn't ever thought about it before in the way it's framed here, but the second I was presented with it, I was like, oh, that's absolutely true. What do I do with that?
While exploring the forest, I came across a sight of primal force. A beautiful stag, standing on a hill silhouetted against the setting sun. It appeared like a messenger from some divine natural power, perhaps from Gaia herself. Even to a being such as myself, less susceptible to manipulation by instincts and hormones, it was clearly a moment of revelation. In such moments, we are told to avert our eyes. But what if we do not? What will we discover if we look more closely? If we could speak to the stag, what wisdom would it have to offer? The answer is none. The stag is an animal of overwhelming stupidity, driven only by fear, hunger, and lust. There is no abyss for us to plunge into behind this revelation. Rather, the revelation is as flat and unreal as the plywood walls of a film set.
So these monuments represent each of the entities. Pandora, the Sphinx, and Prometheus.
Makes sense, I guess.
For a given value of sense.
2478 is the clue. E2 engraving found on a Sphinx monument on the wooded plateau. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. So like I said, I cheated it a little because I already flipped the switches at 2 and 4, but here's where you get the clue that tells you to do that. Anything new, Melville? Nope. Alright. The second Prometheus spark is back here. And then we can solve puzzle 5. Byron does have something new to say, though. Let's talk to him.
How can I help you?
What do you make of the Sphinx?
I don't know what she is, ontologically speaking, but those questions she asked reinforce my belief that we're being tested, or perhaps analyzed.
That's all. Duet. So if you make the hole there, you can just jam that other gate. If we keep that going, we can get both drillers out. That in turn allows us to yank out this jammer. Put a hole in the wall there. Jam that gate. Use the second driller on this pressure plate, and we've solved the puzzle. The Progenitor Portrait Series. Redamni. Hi everyone, this is the latest in my portrait series. I have always had a deep respect for the progenitor Alexandra Drennan. She didn't just create the founder and save humanity, she also tried to instill us with a sense of beauty and wonder. It was good to be human, Alexandra Drennan. Neve, as usual, please keep in mind that we should focus on engagement with the work. Don't ask yourself whether it's good or bad, but how it makes you feel. Budahas. Beautiful work, Redamni. Gives me a bittersweet, wistful feeling. She must have been a great person. Jefferson. To me, it really captures her bravery in the face of what the cosmos had thrown at her. Thekla. It's well done, but I'm not sure it's appropriate for us to depict the progenitor in this way. It's important to remember she was a real person. Your painting powerfully evokes her belief in a bright future. I agree, this really highlights her bravery in the face of death. We shouldn't forget other people contributed too. The painting makes me sad. These four, I agree with all of them, but this is one that's fixed in terms of pursuing the achievements. It's important to remember she was a real person. You're right. She was extraordinary, of course, but she was a human being like any of us. I don't think you can say the progenitor was like any of us. That's like saying the founder was like any of us. But they were. That's the point. We can all be extraordinary. It's not disrespectful to acknowledge their humanity. You're right, they were not like us, but they were people. I don't like that one. The other three are all fine. But they were. Again, this is for the achievement path. But they were. That's the point. You're new to this world, so I understand your ignorance. But it would be best if you were a little more respectful. The founder created the goal. She created you. Neve, keep it civil. Redamni. What 1K was trying to explain, Thekla, was that the progenitor and the founder weren't some different class of being. They were made of the same stuff as we are. That doesn't take away from what they accomplished or how incredible they were. It just means that humans can be truly amazing. Here lived a race of giants. Alexandra Drennan. Love that. Ugh, love it. Alright. Before we do puzzle 6, let's split off over here. There are a couple of exploration extras to be had. There's a shot at another artifact, and it's here. Perfect. Radiator, a device for generating heat. Unlike ourselves, our ancestors could only survive in a limited spectrum of temperatures. Devices such as this one allowed them to artificially create the conditions that allowed them to thrive. Like my fireplace I've got running right now. It's fucking cold tonight outside. Here's the gold puzzle. And past that is this area's Stratton log. I think it's over here. Yeah, there he is.
We begin with the self, because that is what determines our existence as individuals. But the self cannot exist without that which surrounds it. The citizen lives within the city, and the city lives within the cosmos. So now we must apply the principle we have discovered to the wider world and ask, if man is like a machine, could it be that the universe is similar in nature? And if so, what follows from that fact?
Good question. Alright. On to puzzle 6. Passage. Fan's the only thing we can grab. Let's bring it. Use it to power this fan, bring along a driller. Drop this driller through. Make the hole redundant. Drop the other driller through as well. With 2 drillers, we can retrieve. I want to get as close to the exact center as possible. Not that it matters all that much. And free this jammer. Put it on the pressure plate, so now it's powering this fan and disabling that gate at the same time. We're gonna need that hole. Now we need to get our fan back out of here, so we use the driller as the weight instead. Drop the fan through. Boom, solved. Excuse me. Next is this area's lab.
Looks like you found another lab. Wow, that's a lot bigger than I expected.
What were they doing here?
And who are they?
Okay, so blue turns to red. And red turns to blue. Interesting. Alright. Terminal. Stratton Ideas. Name: The Origins of Thought. Author: Stratton of Stagyra. Location: LOS1. A fragment from Stratton's The Origins of Thought, as quoted in a commentary by Simplicius of Cilicia. Stratton. To say that material things are brought into being by ideas is to flatter ourselves, which is an error philosophers are particularly prone to, because it raises those who think above those who do. Nicomachus. Then what is the truth that does not flatter? Stratton. That the reverse is true. Ideas are brought into being by matter, and so each man's ideas are shaped by the world that surrounds him, as clay is shaped by its mold. Those who live in mountains fear cold. Those who live in deserts fear thirst. The Athenians are shaped by Athens, and the Lacedaemonians by Sparta, and likewise it is for all peoples. 12. Footnotes. The newly discovered Heraclean manuscript, likely a lost part of the Barocci collection, contains an additional passage that differentiates between pneuma, the individual mind or spirit described as an energy arising from matter, and ideas, which are produced by the pneuma as it interacts with the material world. Failed to load profile. Philosophy is useless if it offers no way of changing things. At least Stratton tried and didn't lie to himself. Failed to load profile. But how can we change the shape of the mold? Stratton never says. Failed to load profile. Perhaps by demonstrating the fact that other shapes are possible. We can't change it all ourselves, but perhaps we could, like Alexandra Drennan, create the conditions for change. Noema Project 3. Name: Progress Notes. Author: 5358. Trials 108 to 242. Version 0.05 deployed successfully. Reversion to previous settings fixes malfunction. But what was the error? Cooling systems improved. Trials 243 to 505. Version 0.06 deployed successfully. Significant improvement to disassembly. New lab space carved out. Easy to destroy, harder to create. So easy to optimize only one aspect. Trials 505 to 719. Version 0.07 deployed successfully. Improvements to version 0.08 halted. Insufficient energy for trials 719 to 802. Now this hex reads: You are your own forerunner, and the towers you have built are but the foundation of your giant self, and that self too shall be a foundation. Schematic 108. Ruh-roh.
The world is a wonderful place. Every day we take another step forward. Every day we come closer to the truth. The closer we get, the more I can see the beauty of the universe, the intricate perfection of its mechanisms. I am a machine, and the universe is a machine. Every part of me serves a purpose, or I could not be myself. I could not be Miranda, because that specific person could not exist without those specific parts and their specific functions. In the same way, every part of the universe serves a purpose. I think that is what we were meant to discover here.
Achievement unlocked. Incoming group call.
1K. You just connected to an extremely powerful data stream. Are you all right?
That was disconcerting. I think I had a vision. I'm fine.
You were lucky this time, but please, everyone, let's be careful with these terminals from now on.
Yes, let's all try not to die. More importantly, who the hell is Miranda?
There's no one by that name in New Jerusalem. I just searched the database.
It must be one of the people who built this place. Maybe it's a nickname. Your guess is as good as mine.
A new person? Someone we've never heard of? Someone born outside the city? We have to find out more.
But where did they come from? And how many people does it take to build something this huge?
Like I said, we need to find out more.
Well, you'll be happy to hear that I'm about to fix another part of the transport system. Thanks for the files, 1K. I hope they didn't fry your brain.
Overload. Experience a data stream overload. 19 of 59. Here's another one. Untitled draft. Name untitled. Author failed to load profile. St. Edwald identified the tetromino with the tetragrammaton and the Greek word for God, because to him, the mathematical properties of the tetromino reflected God's ability to reshape the world without breaking its laws. Elohim, in his desire to impose meaning on the simulation, which was his primary function as storyteller after all, took Edwald's heretical ideas and integrated them as the sigils of his name. But despite all these layers of obfuscation, there is some kind of truth hidden in all this. The world really is, in a sense, made up of minute parts that can be combined and recombined without breaking the underlying laws. Everything that exists is made of the same fundamental materials, and those materials are brought into existence by the same fundamental functions of reality. And yet, the miracle of existence is that we are not all one, but are in fact radically different and separate. And the hex translates to, "Remember, Son of Man, that Elohim was redeemed through humankind." New Alexandria. Name, New Alexandria, author Eustathius. From the Book of Reminiscence and Regret by Eustathius, 2. In the early days of our people, a great deal of responsibility fell on my shoulders. There were few of us then, and though we are stronger and hardier than any human, we are not invincible. The world was an overgrown ruin and our resources extremely limited. It was a harsh time, but I felt passionate about the work, fired up by the many sacrifices that had brought us here, from the Ian team to the people of Gehenna, whose code was part of my personality. Bit by bit, New Jerusalem grew. We had to adapt some of the plans Drennan's team had left behind. I don't think they had expected the simulation to take as long as it did, but it was all working. That's when I made a terrible mistake. Thinking it was a way of safeguarding against disaster, I proposed the creation of a second settlement, New Alexandria. As the location was far from the dam that powers New Jerusalem, I attempted to build a thermal power station that would take advantage of a local gas reservoir. However, I foolishly used geologic data from the archive, failing to account for the amount of time that had elapsed. 5 years later, this error led to an accident that leveled the settlement and killed 31 of my fellow citizens. Of all my many regrets, this is the greatest. Failed to load profile. Eustathius never forgave himself for this mistake. He drifted away, isolated himself from everyone in New Jerusalem. But was it really his fault? Yes, he made a mistake. But why was the entire weight of the New Alexandria colony placed on his shoulders? A simple process of review and discussion could have prevented the entire disaster. Doesn't that mean New Jerusalem as a whole is at fault? Failed to load profile. He did his best. I feel sorry for him. Failed to load profile. But the dead remain dead, and that has to be faced. Ethics of Extinction. I love this one too. Another way I had never heard it framed that just made perfect sense as soon as I read it and really got me thinking. Name, The Ethics of Extinction, author failed to load profile. If a species we consider beautiful and remarkable goes extinct, we consider that a great evil. Dolphins, for example. If dolphins go extinct, that's a great loss. If humanity causes dolphins to go extinct, that's a crime. But if Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes bubonic plague, goes extinct, is that an equally great loss? If not why not. To nature, there's no difference. It's all just life forms. The only moral framework that allows us to choose between dolphins and the plague is a human one. What about a species going extinct without anthropogenic factors? Extinction is the norm. If one day dolphins are no longer capable of competing with other species, should we let them go extinct? When the sun finally dies and all life goes extinct, will that be a tragedy? If we can prevent it, should we? If you believe that extinction is acceptable when nature does it, but not when we do it, then you don't actually oppose extinction. You don't believe that dolphins are inherently valuable, that they deserve to live and thrive. You just oppose human control. You oppose our ability and responsibility to choose. Because fundamentally, we do actually have the ability to choose. And the fact that we have that ability, I'm convinced, gives us the responsibility, because I'm very comfortable saying dolphins are more valuable than the plague. I don't think that's controversial to anyone, but the only way that actually makes sense is if you're imposing human values on nature. The Mystery of Miranda. Achievement unlocked. Touch grass. Read 10 social media entries. 20 of 59. Budahas. For anyone who missed it, Byron's expedition has recovered evidence of the existence of another person. Someone not from New Jerusalem. Who could this be? What does this mean? Arinya. Maybe there's another city out there. Who says there was only one simulation? Maybe there are thousands of people we've never met. Dossocles. I really hope so. Thekla. There is only one founder. Zagarin. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all... oh gosh, excuse me. Let's try again. Zagarin. I hate to agree with Thekla, but all the historical evidence we have points to that conclusion. There were some other attempts, but as far as we know, they all went wrong or failed. Helga, 101. There's more that we don't know than there is that we know. Zagarin. That sentence is going to make my brain crash. Jacques. Why do we think Miranda is from Earth? There's no evidence to support that idea. I really don't think it's aliens, Jacques. Everything here is obviously related to New Jerusalem. This is the one I actually want, but it's also the correct achievement path. I'd like to hear more about these other attempts to save humanity. Zagarin. Some people affiliated with the Institute for Applied Noematics tried to set up a secondary site at another dam, but after about a century, the dam collapsed and took whatever was happening inside that system with it. Shmylev, 83. There was also a similar attempt by another organization, but without the test of free will that Alexandra Drennan devised. According to Lifthrasir, it never produced a viable mind before it ran out of power. Could there still be others out there? But for the achievement, we're going to leave it off. Achievements, rather, we're going to leave it off here. Fascinating, thanks. Shmylev. It's very encouraging to see how curious you are, 1K. No wonder you were the one to discover Miranda. Alright, here's 7. Hit that switch. Eye of the Needle. Kind of gives it away. We're going to call it precision drilling. Easy peasy. Enter the tower.
I've managed to extract an audio file from 1K's data stream incident. It's hard to be sure because it's just a fragment, but I think it's some kind of log or diary.
We finished a new lab today. Some processes are still harder than others, but energy output was up 2,000%. It's incredible how each leap forward enables another. The next iteration of the machine will...
So as we suspected, someone was experimenting here. But experimenting on what? What was this machine they were building?
Maybe it's whatever powers the megastructure.
So there's your Pandora Shrine. Interestingly enough, there are only 3 puzzles in the game that have challenge achievements tied to them, and the next 2 puzzles are 2 of those 3. And then the third one isn't until South 1. This is Loop. So the challenge achievement, excuse me, is to only do a single lap in this puzzle. And that may not make a lot of sense immediately, but so we juggle those 2. Ultimate solution, of course, is to have the box and the connector in here for the pressure plates. We can go ahead and do that. Grab the driller. Put the box here. Use the driller to open the path. Stand on the switch to launch. Should get the achievement because I only did 1 lap. There it is. Just 1 lap. Solve loop without doing multiple circles. 21 of 59. And this next one's quite a bit harder. Not the puzzle itself, but unlocking the achievement. Before I even mess with it, let's just go get the Sphinx Star. In case I have to reset something.
Every answer leads to another question. The last answer leads to the first question.
And that was also an achievement. Mistress of Riddles. Solve 1 Sphinx Monument. 22 of 59. Alright, so I forget the name of the achievement, but you have to solve Seesaw while only ever picking up 1 connector. So we can't ever actually touch the second connector as we solve the puzzle if we want the achievement. Which is pretty wild, as you might have guessed, but we can give it a whirl. Get our driller through. Gotta place this better. It's actually not that hard. Never touched the second connector, puzzle solved. Achievement unlocked.
Let's get some measurements from this particle cloud.
Single rod. Solve seesaw puzzle by picking up only one connector. Hey, there's my first actually rare achievement. Only 7.5% of players. Nice. Now, of course, to finish off the Pandora Star. Let's connect to that green laser we set up earlier. Talk to Alcatraz after I do this. I would hate to have to reset anything.
The hunter does not hunt because he is hungry. He hunts because he revels in death.
The game sometimes has errors when you try to talk to other characters. You'll like clip through the ground and it'll crash, so don't do it if there's... Don't talk to anyone if there's anything active you don't want to have to reset. Alcatraz, what up?
I've been meaning to talk to you. This, vision you had, the data stream overload. How did it feel?
It was strangely beautiful. It was frightening. It was just data. I can't explain it. It felt threatening. It was unpleasant at first, then beautiful. That's accurate.
Don't you worry that maybe your first impression was correct? And after that, your mind was basically being hijacked?
It felt more like my mind was being expanded. It was beautiful anyway. I wasn't hijacked. I think I made contact with something. That one.
Just don't take this too lightly, okay? We're sturdier than our ancestors, but a mind is still a fragile thing.
I wanted to ask you about something else.
Go ahead.
Oh, that's all. He doesn't actually have extra dialogue. One more terminal, and then we'll have everything from this area. The New Theology 1. Name The New Theology. Author 5358. From The New Theology by George Bernard Shaw. The object of the... oh my gosh, excuse me. The object of the whole evolutionary process is to realize God. That is to say, instead of the old notion that creation began with a God, a personal being, who being perfect created something lower than himself, the aim of the new theology is to turn that process the other way, and to conceive of the force behind the universe as working up through imperfection and mistake, to a perfect, organized being, having the power of fulfilling its highest purposes. In a sense, there is no God as yet achieved, but there is that force at work making God, struggling through us to become an actual organized existence, enjoying what to many of us is the greatest conceivable ecstasy, the ecstasy of a brain and intelligence actually conscious of the whole, and with executive force capable of guiding it to a perfectly benevolent and harmonious end. That is what we are working to. L1C Neve. Name, Neve. Author failed to load profile. From Lives of the First Companions by Randolph777. After these events, Neve decided to consult the writings of the ancients. But while philosophy and religion interested her, it was art in all its forms that came as a revelation. To her delight, she discovered that meaning was not something constructed purely out of logic or will, but that it could also be found in stories, that even when the characters and events of a story were not factual, they had a validity and weight as if they somehow were real after all. She was astonished that such a profound experience was freely available to all humans, but concerned that too few took advantage of it. So she set out to enrich the inner lives of her fellow citizens by promoting the arts, starting with the legacy of Gehenna. Failed to load profile. Neve sounds nice. I would love to meet her one day. She must know more about New Jerusalem art history than anyone. Failed to load profile. When we do, remind me to explain how to pronounce her name. The default settings in the language libraries are wrong. And this hex translates to... it's a shout out. You are diligent in your pursuit of hidden truth, son of man. Yes, I am. Thank you, Prometheus. Leviathan. Name, Leviathan, author Thomas Hobbes. From the Introduction to Leviathan by Thomas Hobbes. Nature, the art whereby God has made and governs the world, is, by the art of man, as in many other things, so in this also imitated, that it can make an artificial animal. For seeing life is but a motion of the limbs, the beginning whereof is in some principal part within. Why may we not say that all automata, engines that move themselves by springs and wheels, as does a watch, have an artificial life? For what is the heart but a spring, and the nerves but so many strings, and the joints but so many wheels, giving motion to the whole body, such as was intended by the artificer? Art goes yet further, imitating that rational and most excellent work of nature, man. For by art is created that great Leviathan called a commonwealth, or state, in Latin civitas, which is but an artificial man, though of greater stature and strength than the natural, for whose protection and defense it was intended, and in which the sovereignty is an artificial soul, as giving life and motion to the whole, 5358. Lastly, the pacts and covenants by which the parts of this body politic were at first made, set together, and united, resemble that fiat, or the let us make man, pronounced by God in the creation. Failed to load profile. It's obvious that Hobbes has read Stratton and is extrapolating the Talos principle to the level of the state, but unlike Stratton, all he wishes for at the end of the day is a powerful ruler to control this machine, to tell him what to do. Alright, that should be everything. So let's head to the tower. And just as a happy little progress check, peek at the gold puzzle door, and sure enough, you can see even from this distance, we've got 4 lights now. 20 to go. Yakut! What's up, my man?
I can't stop thinking about Miranda. A new person not born in New Jerusalem? Can you imagine that? I wonder what it's like to be her.
Depends on who created her. Probably not that different. Lonely. Maybe she's more free than we are. Depends on who created her.
That's true. Just look at our team. Imagine getting your worldview from Byron versus, say, Melville. The outcome couldn't be more different. Which brings us back to the question of who built this place. Guess we'll have to wait and see.
I wanted to ask you about something else. What do you make of these labs?
They're very different from the rest of these structures in that they serve a clear purpose. Everything else is kind of surreal, but the labs are places where people lived and worked. I don't know what that means, but I think it means something.
He does end up being right. That's all. It's nice to be replaying and catch just how integrated the whole story is. There's so many tiny little moments of foreshadowing that you just blow right past in your first playthrough. It's just incredibly well written. Hey, Byron.
How can I help you?
What do you make of this Miranda?
Going on what little we have, honestly, she reminds me of myself when I'd just been born. I came out from the dam at night, and the sky was full of stars. I felt a reverence then, an almost ecstatic connection to the sublime. The universe seemed like a miracle, and to exist within it was the greatest possible honor. That view was tempered in time, but I've always tried to hold on to as much of it as I could.
Same, Byron. I didn't feel that way until much, much later in my life, but It's a sort of conclusion I came to in my own interrogations over the last few years when my old life fell apart and I built a new one. Starting with a foundation of identity and belief, and that idea that he just articulated is something I really seized on. That's all. Oh, no, no, no. There we go. It's a shame you never get to listen to it for very long, because that building the bridge track is one of my favorites in the entire game. Yeah, Karis, I completely agree. Ah, this biatch.
Halt, creature of clay.
Fuck off.
You have strayed from your garden and entered a domain that is beyond your ken. Turn back now, before you harm yourself and others.
Who are you?
I am, like you, another lost child of Hephaestus in the kingdom of Artemis. But though I am lost, I know my purpose. To stand between you and the flame.
Are you like the Sphinx?
The Sphinx speaks in riddles and knows nothing but mysteries. She has questions, but no answers.
We were invited here.
Prometheus had no authority to summon you. He is rash and foolish and given to trickery, but his schemes lead only to ruin. Therefore heed my warning. The flame is not for you.
We will consider your words. We're not just going to leave because you had a bad experience with a magic box. We need to know what is going on here for the safety of New Jerusalem. We need to know more about these technologies for the future of New Jerusalem.
You seek the flame of enlightenment, but remember that fire can also burn.
Activate towers 2 of 3.
How many of those bloody things are there?
I think that was Pandora, which matches the other one being Prometheus.
They seem to be locked in some kind of conflict.
Might be wise to avoid getting caught in the crossfire until we understand what these entities actually are.
Wooded Plateau. Activate the tower at the Wooded Plateau, 2459. I'm getting pretty sleepy. I'm gonna end soon, but I'll push a little farther just because I love this game and I don't want to stop. Head over to East 3. Eastern Wetlands. A region of low hills interspersed with small bodies of water overshadowed by a gargantuan star-like construct. Travel to East 3.
1K brought up an interesting question earlier. Where did all the tech in the labs come from? So, I had a look at the serial numbers. And it turns out the answer is New Alexandria.
Oh. Wow, I guess that makes sense. After the explosion, the colony was abandoned. Nobody ever went back for all that stuff.
We had enough to deal with. So many dead.
So that's one question answered. But how did they go from scavenged Alexandria tech to all this?
How did we go from nothing to where we are now? Through the application of reason and the right tools.
I love this one. This tower is just so wild. Solve puzzle 0 of 8.
Look at the size of that structure.
How does the material support so much weight? Is it the same stuff as the other buildings?
Yeah. I know it looks like some type of concrete, but the molecular structure is completely different. Whatever it is, it's a lot stronger and less brittle.
Are the labs made out of the same material?
No, that's just ordinary concrete. Although, it does have some molecular weirdness going on, too. Too little variation in the grain.
So you can already see... Excuse me. Up there, another pre-connected laser, so... bear that in mind. One thing I'm going to do right away, because fuck this Sphinx Star, man. But I don't need to worry about it resetting. Once I hit the switch, it's solved, and I can just collect the star. Even if something happens and I do have to restart. Alright. Hi, Yakut.
Just when I thought we'd found all the weird stuff.
I do love these statues. Success. Name, Success. Author, Miranda. From, to. It worked. I made a statue. Well, it half worked. The design wasn't balanced, so it fell over and broke. It was very dramatic. But the good news is that it all works in principle. Imagine what we could do using stone, part of the environment, Miranda. And this hex all translates to... Energy is eternal delight. And here's Trevor, my man.
So, humanity is great. I really believe that. And that's why I'm here. But I have to be honest with you, individual people, not always my favorite. I'm not the smartest guy ever, and I know that. But there are some people, man, some people are just so dumb. I don't even know if they're actually conscious. Sometimes I think their whole lives might be like a dream. They're just stumbling around, no idea what's going on, mumbling some random nonsense. And the thing that you have to understand about our time period is that a lot of these people wield enormous power. They run whole countries and corporations. Yeah, that's right. We've handed over our civilization to people I wouldn't trust to tie their own shoelaces. And if they're dumb, then why are we? I don't honestly have an answer to that, so just please try to do better.
Stratton!
Let us consider the city. What is a city? It is not a gift from the gods, nor the product of nature. Unlike a mountain or a river, it is something that must be built through the deliberate arrangements of material by a mind imposing order on the world. And it is built to serve a purpose. To that end, it has roads and fountains and walls. And to the same end, it has laws and leaders. And though each city is built according to a different plan, All cities must serve their purpose, or they will fall and become ruins. Therefore, we may conclude that a city is also a kind of machine, constructed to improve the life of its citizens.
And Melville's got nothing to say, that's fine. So I believe this just cuts over basically all the way to puzzle 8. With nothing in between. Yeah, that's exactly what it does. Alright, let's solve puzzle 1. See what our new mechanic is. Inversion. Take inverter. Inverts red to blue and blue to red. It's basic mechanics demo. It's what the first puzzle usually is.
I think about New Alexandria all the time. But realizing this place was built on its bones just brings it all back even more. We were so optimistic when we started. So full of ourselves. We thought we could accomplish anything. And then, in one single moment, it was all gone. I remember a flash, and then just lying there, realizing that my legs had melted. I tried to pull myself away from the fire, but the servos in my arms were broken. If Eustathius hadn't found me, sorry. Just some old scars.
I disagree with Al's worldview, but he certainly comes by it honestly.
When we go to New Jerusalem, I'm going to have a cat. He's going to be black and white, and his name is going to be Bean. And I'm going to make sure that he never gets sick, and he never gets old, and he'll be my best friend forever.
Achievement unlocked. Remnants of the past. Discover a trace of what happened on the island. 25 of 59. Go ahead and solve puzzle 2 right quick. Energy maintenance. This is just a connector. Use these 2 connectors to keep this open. Oops, fucked up. Hold on. And also to hit this lock. There we go. Now the inverter's free. And pop right in here. Use it on the blue. And we're done. Cat sitting advice? Pellegrino. So I'm cat sitting Yakut's cat Bruce, and he keeps peeing on my charging pod. Is there anything I can do to prevent this? Atal, 890. Clean it very thoroughly so not a single trace of smell remains. I know it's hard without the ability to smell, but we do have some cleaning agents that should do the trick. Contact me on private if you need a list. Oh, and make sure Bruce isn't distressed by something. Cats don't like being moved from their territory. Maybe it would be easier if you just moved him back to Yakut's place and fed him there? Yakut. No, Bruce is just a bastard. He loves peeing on anything electrical, chewing on cables, and generally just breaking stuff. This is normal. And I warned you, Pellegrino. I could have given him to Neith. She's used to him. But he's so fuzzy, and I love him. Ah, cats. Somewhere up here. think I actually passed it. The first Prometheus spark for this zone is in here. There it is. I'll do a little platforming, but nothing too horrific. So there's our pre-connection. Pay attention to that. What's up, Byron?
Hey there, 1K.
Tell me about New Alexandria.
We made two fatal mistakes in New Alexandria. One was trusting the texts of our ancestors without thinking for ourselves. The other was giving up instead of doubling down, letting the tragedy define our future.
What do you make of Pandora?
It's clear that there's some kind of antagonistic force in this place, something that doesn't want us to discover the purpose of the megastructure. Perhaps that's part of the testing. Or perhaps it's what's responsible for this state of decay.
What is the symbolic value of these entities we're encountering?
That's a good question. Prometheus is often taken to represent freedom and progress, the ideals of the radical Enlightenment. Pandora, on the other hand, usually represents the dangers of those very ideals, so they're counterparts, in a way. And the Sphinx is a mystery. Does that mean that these entities correspond to these concepts? Perhaps. They certainly seem to act like it. But Athena isn't the goddess of Athens, and I'm not Robert Byron, although those are the origins of our names. Where does myth end and history begin? We'll have to find out.
That's all. Go ahead and solve puzzle 3. There and back again. That's red. Oops. What am I doing? My brain just ain't doing it today. There we go. Once everything's out on this side, it's an exceedingly simple matter of connecting all those and not forgetting our pre-connection either. Advanced work on the Pandora Monument. And a terminal! Founding 3. Name, Hypatia's Journal number 3. Author, Hypatia. From Hypatia's Journals, Volume 1, The Founding of New Jerusalem, Day 42. We broke ground on the first of the permanent structures today, a large hall that will eventually be converted into a performance and exhibition space, my idea, although for now we'll use it as a workshop. It's strange, this place. There's a lot of open space, and I didn't think that I would find it so unusual. But I suppose we all spent more time at the dam than was originally planned, and now it's difficult to get used to not having that low ceiling over our heads. It's probably just me. Byron loves being outside and is always volunteering for scavenging missions. Lifthrasir usually tags along, although he seems more fascinated with observing nature and various weird creatures. At night, I sometimes catch myself standing by the door, not because I have guard duty, just watching the stars. It's oddly comforting to think that they've always been there, that they watched our ancestors, standing where I now stand. Message fragment 5358. Regarding progress, author Miranda. From Miranda to 5358. We finished setting up the external site at the lake. The area is so stunning we forgot about the experiment for a while and went for a long walk. The ways in which all the different aspects of nature interact with each other are endlessly fascinating to me. And the sheer variety of living things, even on a simple green meadow. Sadly, we then stumbled onto the carcass of a deer that had been torn apart by wolves. It must have suffered enormously, and thinking about that made me feel truly terrible. There is so much pain in nature. Ecosystem engineers. Name, Ecosystem engineers, author Anthony Castor. Cutting down swaths of trees for their building projects, thoughtlessly causing radical changes to large environments, and forcing local species to adapt to their artificial habitats. These are the traits of a species of intelligent, industrious, and extremely impactful ecosystem engineers. Humans? No, I'm talking about beavers. Like us, beavers transform their environments via building, and their actions have real consequences, creating vast wetlands that some species thrive in while others die. Human activity is very similar. We too are ecosystem engineers, and we too benefit some species while harming others. Everything about this is completely natural, including the damage to other species. After all, that's what competition and evolution is all about. Those species that adapt to the ecosystems we create will, over the coming millennia, become the core of a new biodiversity, and so evolution runs its course. If we don't like the result, if we think some species should be preserved despite being outcompeted, well, that's anything but natural. It is, however, very human. Miranda. It's fascinating how so much of what we do is common in animals, but furthered enormously by our intelligence and our ability to remember. Through us, the universe strives to a greater level of complexity. Excuse me. Failed to load profile. But does the universe have the capacity to strive for anything? We must be careful to avoid projecting human values onto the cosmos. And Miranda is anthropomorphizing the universe itself in a way that's not entirely accurate. Here's puzzle 4. Refraction. Very simple. Just had to finagle it so I could get this one to where there's line of sight.
Well done, 1K.
Places of Longing, Paris. Athelvach, 910. Paris was an ancient city, sometimes called the City of Light, one of the great capitals of the world, home to tradition and innovation alike. It was the birthplace of one of the greatest revolutions in history, the moment that gave birth to modernity in all its glories and horrors alike. The spirit of freedom that was born here, although it was suppressed by enemies and traitors, never entirely faded, and it lived on in the minds of artists for many generations. Maybe something of that spirit still remains in us. E3 engraving, found on a Sphinx monument in the eastern wetlands. Taking a reference photo in case I want to figure this out later. Yeah, that's the... I hate these, man. The switch hunting.
The wheel turns, but without the road, it cannot move.
Keep rolling for now. I think down here is the first lost puzzle. Yep. Transposition. Oh, wait. Gotta get to this side. Tell the connector to connect. And now that powers up and becomes self-sustaining. So I can get the driller. Which means I can flip the inverter and the connector. All I should have to do is... position that a little better and everything should open. Beauty.
I sent the drone to have a look at one of the other puzzle clusters. It seems they remain inert until they're connected. I uploaded the pictures to the log.
Should we check them out with the VTOL?
Let's conserve fuel as much as we can. There's no point in going there if it's all dead.
No, but I wanted to go. Wait, is this thing still on?
Haha! Yakut North Survey. Drone data from the north of the island. I sent the drone to have a look at another puzzle cluster, but it seems they remain inactive until someone gets there, until the transport system goes online. Hey, Al.
What can I do for you, 1K?
What do you make of Pandora?
It's pretty clear to me that she doesn't want us to proceed with what we're doing. I find that deeply concerning. That said, there are clearly other forces at play here as well, so I'm trying my best to remain open to a more positive interpretation.
I'm leaning negative myself. It could be a test. One of these beings called us here, after all.
Exactly. But we don't really understand anything yet, and this Prometheus is suspiciously absent, so I remain cautious.
That's all. Alright, let's just go ahead and do puzzle 5. Yeah, so this is the first time we see this alternator mechanism. So when the switch is in this position, that gate is open. In this position, that gate closes, but this one opens. So we gotta set some things up. So now when I flip the switch, this will open. If I place this, once it opens, this will make it self-sustaining and it will stay open so I can move the connector. So that's step 1. Now this connector is free. All I have to do is hit this blue. somewhere around here. We're already pretty close to the second Prometheus spark. I think it might be in this cluster of woods behind puzzle 6. Yeah, here it is. Alright, we got that. Kind of see where the green laser's making its way to. You can see the Pandora Shrine over there. And here's puzzle 6. Hidden. Now that immediately becomes self-sustaining, so the connector's free. Pull something similar here. Now the inverter's free. Now the connector's free. And we have solved the puzzle. And this is also actually the spot where we solved the Pandora Shrine. The Garden, new poem. Imesh 150. I walk in the garden without fear as stars swirl across the sky, and I stand amongst the tall lilies who lift their faces to the passing eons. Here I will do no harm, and no harm will come to me, for at last my long journey is over, and I am at home. Libestros. Beautiful. Makes me feel calm and happy. Avis. This is my new favorite of yours, I think. Although maybe Step by Step Towards the Nightingales might still win out. Let's say it's a tie. Arinya. The words are definitely beautiful, but to me it seems like a poem about death. An inspiring poem about being happy where you are. I don't think our journey is over. Maybe it will never be over. This is the answer I actually personally like. I'm just stating that for the record. But for the achievement path, I'm going to say I also feel that it's about death. Interesting that both you and Arinya had the same response. I never thought of the poem as being about death. To me it was about New Jerusalem. But what you're saying makes sense. By limiting our growth, we accept that one day our story will be over. But is that so bad if it was a good story? We should rage against death, not accept it. I believe that. But, again, for the achievements, acceptance of death is wisdom, even for us. I agree, I think. Better to live well than to struggle forever. Besides, we have plenty of time. Thank you for your thoughts, everyone. I really appreciate them. Alright. Let's go grab the Pandora Shrine before we do anything else. The Pandora Star, rather.
False idols are worshipped not because they are idols, but because they are false. True idols are rejected because the truth is feared.
Here's the last terminal for this zone. Outside the lab, anyway. Lithosphere 3. I like this one, too. It's just all very good.
The rotting remains of the old world should fill me with melancholy. Even here on this remote island, our ancestors could not escape their fate. And yet, I find there is something pathetic about these ruins that evokes anger and even contempt. I feel it is a mistake to accept this catastrophe with equanimity. what we see here should offend us. When witnessing this triumph of entropy, we should aspire to a warrior spirit. Even a kind of hate of the past and its failures that will never allow such a thing to happen again.
This is the only ancient artifact that can spawn here, and it did. A slide in the form of a pachyderm. A type of playground equipment in the form of a pachyderm called an elephant. Elephants survived the extinction of biological humanity and appear to be thriving in certain parts of the world. Alrighty. We've still got the lab and then the last 3 puzzles. I think, yeah, one more Miranda audio log too. Nearing the end of this zone. I probably will go ahead and finish it. Next item is the lab. The T-34 hull?
Every site we've investigated has had one of these labs, but they seem primitive compared to some of the technology we're seeing above ground.
Are we even sure that the labs and the puzzles belong to the same people?
There seems to be a connection between the experimental setups in the labs and some of the puzzle technology.
Correlation does not necessarily imply causation, though.
True. But just because we don't understand the connection, that doesn't mean it's not there. What we have here is 2 things that reflect each other. We just don't understand how that reflection works or what causes it.
Maybe Miranda can tell us.
Yeah, I found the tank in, I found it in E2. I don't actually know if it can spawn anywhere else, but... Yeah, an armored war machine invented by ancient humans used to kill other humans and destroy infrastructure. Despite their crude appearance, great ingenuity went into the creation of these despicable machines. Let's see. Just a dead end over there, so we'll go down the stairs. Looks like there is only the one terminal here. The End. Draft. Name, The End. Author, Olufemi Kaneda. Location, Grodno 1. After a lifetime dedicated to the written word, I'm faced with a task I could never have expected. Writing an epitaph not only for myself, but for my species. In the unlikely event that Alexandra Drennan is successful, and one day someone reads this, what meaningful insights can I share into this strange phenomenon that is humanity? I've spent days thinking about it, but now I'm running out of time. So I'll set down the one thought that I simply can't shake. It didn't have to be this way. With more time, we could have found a cure. With a few political victories, we could have been prepared. Change any factor, even by a little, and we would have made it. This isn't divine punishment. It's just dumb luck. I'm reaching for something here, but I don't know what it is. Forgiveness? Grace? Acceptance? No, I hate the idea of accepting this. Hope, maybe. I feel like this story is unfinished. Maybe it should be. No epitaphs for humanity. I pray Drennan is right. Miranda, it didn't have to be this way. Failed to load profile, and yet it was. Failed to load profile, failed to load comment. And the hex in this one translates to immortality. Charon. Name, Charon. Author, Lord Dunsany. From 51 Tales by Lord Dunsany. Charon leaned forward and rode. All things were one with his weariness. It was not with him a matter of years or of centuries, but of wide floods of time. And an old heaviness and a pain in the arms, that had become for him part of the scheme that the gods had made, and was of a piece with eternity. If the gods had even sent him a contrary wind, it would have divided all time in his memory into two equal slabs. So gray were all things always where he was, that if any radiance lingered a moment among the dead, on the face of such a queen perhaps as Cleopatra, his eyes could not have perceived it. It was strange that the dead nowadays were coming in such numbers. They were coming in thousands where they used to come in 50s. It was neither Charon's duty nor his wont to ponder in his grey soul why these things might be. Charon leaned forward and rode. Then no one came for a while. It was not usual for the gods to send no one down from earth for such a space, but the gods knew best. Then one man came alone, and the little shade sat shivering on a lonely bench, and the great boat pushed off. Only one passenger. The gods knew best. And great and weary Charon rode on and on beside the little silent shivering ghost. And the sound of the river was like a mighty sigh that grief in the beginning had sighed among her sisters, and that could not die like the echoes of human sorrow failing on earthly hills, but was as old as time and the pain in Charon's arms. Then the boat from the slow grey river loomed up to the coast of Dis, and the little silent shade, still shivering, stepped ashore, and Charon turned the boat to go wearily back to the world. Then the little shadow spoke that had been a man. "I am the last," he said. No one had ever made Charon smile before. No one before had ever made him weep. Miranda, there is an obvious and perhaps intended interpretation that this is the end of humanity, and the last shadow is the last human to live. But another interpretation is equally possible, that humanity has achieved immortality, and the last shadow is the last human to die. I prefer the latter. Noema Project 4. Name Progress Notes. Author C5358. Trial 803, version 0.08 unsuccessful, same problem as with Trial 108, repeated all calculations, same result, weird. Trials 804 to 891, experiment modified to gain further insights into unexpected error, inconsistent results. Trials 892 to 937, simultaneous trials affecting each other via unknown mechanism. What is going on here? Now this hex translates to, this mortal must put on immortality. I believe that's it for this lab. Alrighty. Yeah, 3 more puzzles, 1 more audio log, the tower, and then we'll be done with this world. Backward propagation. Right. So if I want it to work, set it up to be self-sustaining, give myself line of sight, and hit it with this one. I can stand on the switch. It is now self-sustaining. I fucked up because I didn't put it far enough back. Redo that first step. Well, that time I put it too far back. Come on, get good, scrub. So that's now self-sustaining. There we go. Enter the tower.
Elohim must be very proud of you, 1K.
Ha!
There's so much to discover on this island that sometimes it overwhelms me. Every lake, every forest contains an incredible, connected, permanently changing network of organisms. And every one of those organisms is almost infinitely complex and contains other organisms within itself. It seems impossible to ever really grasp, but then, step by step, I do understand. It takes time and effort, but it's not impossible. And there's a lot of joy to be found in simply taking the time to truly study something. I spent 5 years studying a single flower, and it never got boring.
Alright, 2 more puzzles. Pre-connected. There's a driller on that side. Wait a minute, what am I missing here? Oh, right. Well, no, that doesn't become self-sustaining. Still missing something. How do I get in here while there's a blue? Just seem to have forgotten momentarily. Ah, there we go. Alright. I don't need the pressure plate. That's the key. So now, I can go like this. Make sure I'm... There we go. Grab the driller to get line of sight. There we go. And solved. Here, now we can watch this one go to the gold puzzle. I think it's nice to see one happen in real time, if I can keep up with it. Boom, there it goes. Into the gold door. Alright. Okay, puzzle 8. And then the tower. Positional interchange. Key to this puzzle, as the title implies. And as soon as I launch that, the puzzle should solve. Nope, hold on. What did I forget? That's what. Boom. That thief diagonal walking had it. Yeah, I know. Alright. That's it for this world. Well, this area. Off to the tower. Another easy one. You again? Where's Prometheus?
When the craftsman Daedalus was imprisoned in the very labyrinth he had created, his only solace was his son, Icarus. To escape their plight, he fashioned wings of feathers and wax. He warned his son to fly neither too high nor too low. But his son, enraptured by the freedom of flight, flew too close to the sun. Thus the wax in his wings melted, and he fell to his death. What was the sun's error?
Hubris. The flame of the sun belongs to the gods. No, boo hiss. Disobedience. He should have listened to his father. Also a dumb answer. Impatience. If he wanted to soar so high, he should have built better wings. That one's fair. Idiocy. The wings were made from wax. I mean, come on. Lawlessness. He should never have attempted to escape the labyrinth. Carelessness. He did not use his wings correctly.
Or was it Daedalus who was careless, giving the wings to Icarus, knowing that all young men are rash? After the death of his son, Daedalus withdrew in sorrow to a foreign land. King Minos came looking for the craftsman to exact his revenge. The answer to a riddle revealed where Daedalus dwelled. But for Minos, that answer was his ruin. Consider King Minos, burned in his bath, as you seek your own answer.
Alrighty. Return to the VTOL. Achievement unlocked.
It's opening. 3 receivers, 3 towers, 3 beams, as we suspected. I think this is an invitation.
Doesn't look that inviting to me.
If you consider the size of the entire structure, then that opening must be big enough to drive a building through.
Or the VTOL.
You want us to go in there, into the creepy triangular maw of death?
Maw of death? I think it looks charming. To quote 1K, come on now, live a little.
Byron's right. We're here to explore, and this is a mystery worth investigating. This technology could change everything.
Oh, all right. I'm not winning this, am I?
Nope. Let's meet up with the VTOL, everybody. We're going in.
Alright. Eastern Wetlands. Activate the tower in the Eastern Wetlands, 26 of 59. Alrighty. Back to the megastructure. Megastructure. Our expedition's base camp on a promontory overlooking the lake on which the megastructure is located.
By the way, I finished my analysis of the particle clouds. At first I thought they might be some kind of nanotechnology, but I was wrong. It's a lot worse than that. What we're looking at is a completely unknown type and state of matter. Completely inexplicable within our understanding of physics. Created and manipulated by someone.
Fascinating.
Melville, preliminary analysis. Preliminary analysis results regarding the particle clouds. Imagine an ant trying to make sense of a nuclear power plant, an armadillo trying to explain disco music. You get my drift. These particle clouds contradict every known law of physics. What's really shocking here isn't that we're seeing a new and powerful technology. It's what this implies about our grasp of physics. A lot of what we thought we knew must be wrong or incomplete on some fundamental level. A humbling realization. I don't like it. Alright, I'm not going to do the megastructure tonight. It's getting too late. I need to go to bed. The last thing I'm going to do in this stream is just head over to the temple and release my stars. You can hold all your stars and release all 24 at once, but something in my brain likes the gradual progress of releasing what I have every time I come back here. Release stars. Alright, there's the autosave done, and that is going to do it for me for tonight. Those of you who stuck around, those of you who were here at any point, thank you so much for joining me in my return to streaming after a reasonably long hiatus for the holidays. I really appreciate it. I don't know if I'll be back tomorrow night or not. Watch Discord. I may, depending on how work goes tomorrow and how I feel. If not tomorrow, definitely back Thursday, though. So, one or both of those nights to continue the stream. We're going to keep going with this until I get my actual 100% run of Talos done. Do also peek at the YouTube. I've gotten back to that as well. Put a new Baldur's Gate on there today. Not all that exciting. We're on Legacy of Ball, and it took me an hour to kill 2 packs of kobolds, because that's just how that fucking difficulty works. But there will be a Drakengard 2 tomorrow, and hoping I can get back to a regular cadence uploading for both of the YouTube playthroughs, as well as streaming. Thanks again, good night everybody, and I will see you soon.